rubbish is illegal. Last year it cost more than $1 million to pick up illegally dumped rubbish. We are using up your money and our resources every time we pick up this garbage. It's the duty of every good citizen of Moreland to report rubbish dumpers. Let us know if you see anything suspicious. Send us a photo, a registration number, or a physical description of the villain. Every small piece of information can contribute to bringing justice to our city. And as for the dumpers, know this. With the help of our community, we will find you and we will prosecute you.
So the Eco House was a normal suburban house. It was going to be demolished, but instead we moved it to series, and now people can visit and find out how to make their lives more sustainably. So recently we renovated the Eco House to be fully electrical. By being entirely electrical, we can power our whole house with solar power and other forms of renewable power. We've installed heat pumps for heating and cooling. We've got a lot of really good insulation and a new electric car. We've got really good seals around all the doors and windows, rainwater collection for our garden, a battery to store solar power. If you don't have the capacity to install solar yourself, like you're a renter or you don't have the right kind of roof space, you can still be renewably powered. All you have to do is make sure that when you buy electricity from your power company, that you're buying renewable electricity.
I'm Jan, I live in Brunswick East, and I've used Positive Charge to help me find someone to draft-proof my house. Positive Charge have been fantastic. They put me in touch with the company. I asked them to do initially the doors. Later I got them to come back and do the caulking of every gap in the house. I think it's really important to have draft-proofing done because it's one of the major ways that we lose heat from houses. I save on my gas heating, so that benefits me financially, and it's much more comfortable not having any drafts in the house. I would definitely recommend others getting it done, and in fact both of my daughters have had it done through Positive Charge at their houses, and they're very happy with it.
I'm Councillor Natalie Aboud, the Mayor of the City of Moreland. I've lived in Moreland for the last 13 years or so. I'm raising 3 little boys with my husband and spend a lot of time outdoors in the local parklands. I've always been someone who's had a great interest about what's going on around me. So it sort of was a natural thing for me to put my hand up and run for council. I love the fact that you can get so heavily involved in community projects and there's lots of really active people in the community. I really love the diversity of this city. I find it fascinating that you can be alongside the creek and feel like you could be anywhere from Warrandyte to the Otways. But then you can be in a boutique looking at locally designed clothes or eating some incredible food from pretty much anywhere in the world. I'm really looking forward to developing easier ways for people to get across the city. We really need to make sure that we keep a handle on the way we manage growth, development, transport or waste. We need to make sure that life in the city gets better for the people who live here, and I do feel like it has been. We need to keep a handle on what's happening and make sure needs are being met.
Every club could ask themselves, how am I being inclusive to women and girls? How am I opening our doors and saying, please come in, all abilities, all shapes and sizes. What do you want to be part of? How do you want to be involved? What can we do for you?
Councillors, members of the gallery and to our viewers live streaming tonight's meeting. My name is Councillor Natalie Aboud and I'm the Mayor of the Moreland City Council and the chairperson of tonight's council meeting. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the meeting this evening. Our meeting is being held on the traditional country of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and I wish to acknowledge them as the traditional owners. I would also like to pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and the elders from other communities who may be here this evening. I acknowledge that currently many Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people call Moreland home. I also acknowledge that the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people never ceded sovereignty of their lands and have continuously cared for their country for over 60,000 years as the world's oldest living culture. Members of the gallery, please note this council meeting is being recorded and web streamed live to council's website and Facebook. This recording will also be available as video on demand. Gallery attendees are advised that they will be recorded during the meeting. Councillors, a reminder that in line with the adopted councillor conduct principles as outlined in the Councillor Code of Conduct, councillors should ensure that they conduct themselves in the meeting with integrity, impartially exercise their responsibilities in the interest of the local community and not improperly seek to confer or advantage any person. This behaviour will support principles for leadership and good governance that secures public confidence in the office of councillor. Members of the gallery, in the event of an emergency or disruption, we may be required to take action to ensure the safety of attendees. Please follow the directions issued by council staff and security officers. Now, I want to add this evening that it's quite important that we really stick to the meeting procedure, and so that will probably apply to comments that you might want to make during what could be a contentious debate. Part of what we pride ourselves on in this group, and I've said this many times, is that we respectfully disagree with each other. So our opinions don't interfere with the way we respect each other as human beings, because at the end of the day we're making some big decisions, but we all walk out of here and read stories to our kids or talk to our mums or our partners or our dogs or whatever that might be, and it's important to remember that. So I'd like to thank you all in advance for your understanding and your cooperation. Councillors and officers in attendance, I would like to introduce the other councillors in attendance tonight. Councillor Sue Bolton.
How's it going?
Councillor Anna-Olivia Carley-Hannon. Councillor Helen Davidson.
Hello.
Councillor Jess Dorney.
Hi.
The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Mark Riley. Councillor Alia Farnley. Councillor John Kavanagh.
Good evening.
Councillor Dale Martin. Councillor Lambros Tapanos.
Good evening.
And Councillor Oscar Yildiz. The officers in attendance are to my left, Chief Executive Officer Dr. Nerina Di Lorenzo, the Acting Director of Community Development, Barry Hahn. Sorry, Barry, that was, I know who you are. The Director of City Infrastructure, Grant Thorne, Acting Director of City Futures, Philip Priest, the Director of Business Transformation, Sue Vucevic, Director of Engagements and Partnerships, Joseph Tobacco, Executive Manager of Finance, Liz Rowland. We don't have any apologies for this evening's meeting, so I'll move on to the disclosure of interests and conflicts of interest. Councillors, are there any interests or conflicts of interest to declare? No, thank you. So as there are no conflicts, I'll move on to the confirmation of the minutes of the last council meeting. Councillors, could I have a motion for the adoption of the minutes of the council meeting held on 13th of February 2019? Councillor Davidson, and seconded by Councillor Kavanagh. So is there any debate on this item? No, all those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Councillors, now that we've confirmed the minutes, and as we do not have any special committees, we will move on to petitions. Are there any petitions to be tabled by councillors? Oh, yep. Hang on a sec. So, no petitions tabled by councillors. Yep. So I'll now move on to petitions tabled by the gallery. Would you like to bring the petition forward?
So this is an interim presentation of a petition regarding improved safety along Newlands Road in Coburg North. And the signatures on the petition represent an area that's basically bordered by Merri, Edgars Creek, north of Newlands, of Murray Road and south of Atchison Place, along with family and friends who use this area. The petition's goal is for a reduction in the speed limit to 40 kilometres an hour in the residential zone, a pedestrian crossing near the intersection of McMahon's Road, improved on-road cycling paths and signage, additional on-road speed limit signage, improved additional safety barriers, and a curfew and signage regarding engine brakes of heavy vehicles at night. The response to this petition was swift and comments were revealing. Some of those comments included parents who were frightened to have children sleep in front rooms that border on Newlands Road, repeated experience of cars going through the new traffic lights installed on Newlands Road, where one woman has had 3 incidents who was 6 months pregnant, and constantly cars go straight through the red light. And the same thing at McMahon's Road roundabout, where vehicles don't give way, and comments of accidents that obviously weren't reported to council but have been experienced by residents. It's often referred to as a hoon's playground, and tasks as simple as removing a child or a pet or an elderly person from a car can be a cat and mouse game with heavy vehicles that use the road. Seeing as we now know that 12,000 vehicles use this road each day, and we're also aware of the growth pressure from houses that are becoming units and the enormous old factories that are slowly being divided into small factories such as 105 Newlands Road, which is going to become 89 small factories, and Moreland's arts policy, which designates parts of north of the residential area as a creative precinct. Naturally, this puts pressure on Newlands Road, which translates to more traffic, more pedestrians, more cycles, and more risk if no action is taken. We hope the steps Council have been making, including Lee Dowler's recent visit, amount to a progressive and positive result. One closing comment about the petition. It was a comment left by someone on the petition that said, do this now rather than after regrettable damage is done. I thought it was a poignant closing comment.
Thank you. I should have got your name at the beginning.
Sorry, it's Benjamin Armstrong.
Thank you.
Tom Morris.
Yep.
And Blaze, who had to come along too.
Who's going quickly. So if you could just bring that petition forward.
How many signatures are on?
There's 224, which were from a couple of weeks.
Yep, 224, thank you.
But it's an interim thing, so
Yep.
we'll present again at closure.
So I need a mover for the petition. Thank you, Councillor Bolton, seconded by Councillor Riley. So that's Councillor Bolton and Councillor Riley. Is there any debate on this item? No. So all those in favour of receiving the petition? Against, I declare that carried. Okay.
Thank you.
Give that to you. Take that, thank you. Okay, so I'll now move on to public question time. I'll just double check, are there any other petitions to be received? Thank you. So I'll now move on to public question time. Public question time is an opportunity for 30 minutes for people to raise questions with councillors. Now, the 30 minutes can be extended by a second 30 minutes, and I imagine that will be likely to happen. But in keeping with 35.5 of the meeting procedure local law at section 9, we can only extend question time once, so it can only go for an hour. So this is the important bit then. So outlining the process, please note that if your question relates to a matter on any of the reports, this is the time to raise that question with us. Questions can also be submitted online prior to the meeting, and we have had at least one question submitted online. A maximum of 2 questions is allowed per person, and questions that relate to a matter listed on the agenda will be dealt with first. When I invite you, or your representative, you must ask the question without taking longer than 2 minutes. I'll ring a bell at 1 minute and 45 seconds, which means that you have 15 seconds to complete your question. Now, ordinarily, this is a tough part of chairing because it's very important for us to hear what everyone has to say, but at the same time, we need to manage time so that so many questions can be asked. So I probably will be a bit vigilant about the bell, unfortunately. If you have submitted a second question, it may, at my discretion, be deferred until all other persons who have submitted questions have asked their first question and or not be asked if the time allotted for public question time has expired. A maximum of 3 questions will be heard on any one subject, and I've more than that on at least one subject, so I might get everybody to come up at the same time. And if time allows, we will return to the previous topic. Either myself or another councillor will answer your question, or I will ask the Chief Executive Officer to either provide a response or refer it to another council officer. As detailed in the Meeting Procedure Local Law, Section 3517, as chairperson, I have the right to disallow certain questions if it is defamatory, indecent, abusive, offensive, irrelevant, trivial, or objectionable in language or substance. If a response to your question is provided at tonight's meeting, there will be no further formal response. However, Council will action any commitments made in answering the questions. Question time can only be extended for one 30-minute period and only for the purpose of responding to questions that are related to matters listed on this evening's agenda. And so this is important. If your question cannot be answered, it will be taken on notice and responded to between now and the next council meeting and reported in the governance report. We have 30 minutes and I want to make sure we hear all the questions, so I request that councillors who answer address each question succinctly. So I will say that commencement time of the council question time is 7:10. All those in favour? Just a minute, sorry. Okay, who have we got? So the first lot of questions is related to the Heritage Gap study. Yep. So if we have Alana, Megan and Mr. George Vass on behalf of the MMTV Trust, if you could all approach the lectern and we'll hear your questions. So maybe Alana, if you'd like to go first.
Regarding Amendment C174, will an independent panel be likely to consider non-heritage concerns raised, such as structural integrity and financial implications, or will it only consider heritage status as the first review has done?
Yep. Megan?
My question is there an opportunity to seek further feedback on the responses that have been provided in the appendices and attachments to council report, as the response provided to our property hasn't actually addressed the primary reason for objection. So we want to know if there's an opportunity to actually achieve feedback before it goes to panel, so we have a fair and full information prior to panel.
Yep. And have you incorporated your second question in that as well?
My second question then is if what is council proposing in regards to the review of property values and the rates in lieu of the heritage, and including the interim orders, which even with an interim order in place has devalued the properties, and therefore a rate review in lieu of the property valuations.
Yep. Thank you, George.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors and the executive. My name's George Vass and I'm here to represent the owners of 161 Donald Street in Brunswick in relation to the gap study. And my question is, has council been presented with sufficient information about the appropriateness of incorporating citations in relation to the factories, that's 161 Donald Street, 159 and 165, because there appears to be a propensity that may lead to uncertainty in planning outcomes, and I do provide advice, and if we are given the opportunity, not here or perhaps at another forum, to certainly show councillors situations where the introduction of citations, including citations introduced by municipalities, have come back to bite them. All we're saying is that there's not a great deal of substance that supports some of these citations, and we're just looking for an opportunity for a peer review. Thank you.
Yep. And the second question?
The second question, Madam Mayor, does relate to the first one. It is contingent upon an affirmative answer to the first one. So I think we're satisfied with the question that we've put forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to the Acting Director for City Futures to respond to you. So maybe, Phil, if we could respond first to George's question about whether sufficient information has been provided, and also a response to if indeed you go for it.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Thank you for your question, George. We are of the view that the report before Council is informed by expert heritage advice, so there is sufficient advice being provided and research been undertaken to inform the amendment. That doesn't mean, though, that we're not happy to meet and receive further information between now and a panel hearing being heard. So welcome an approach to meet and discuss further.
Thanks, Phil. And just relating to the gap study, a query regarding Council's response to the submission from Megan and the question about the rates being revalued.
Yes, so the rates there's a revaluation of rates by the Victorian Valuer General rather than Council that occurs annually. So there would be a review of the rates as part of that, or the property value, sorry, as part of the annual valuation cycle.
And if I could just clarify if there's an opportunity to have a further conversation about the submission from Megan.
Yes, also through the chair, Megan. The same applies. If there is further information, opportunity to discuss the submissions further, we're happy to have those conversations and continue to talk.
And Alana's question regarding whether an independent panel will be likely to consider non-heritage concerns raised.
The terms of reference of the panel that's appointed may well guide that. It is up to the panel as to what submissions they hear. It is not unusual at all for the panel to hear evidence and submissions in relation to structural integrity, valuation evidence or submissions. So, yeah, the panel process will enable those submissions to be heard.
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you.
Okay, so now I'll ask Katie, Jay, Melody and Chris Soulos to approach the podium. Thank you. So Katie, if you want to go ahead with your question.
Good evening, everyone. When deciding if a property is going to be or might be considered for heritage, why can't the owner of the home simply say yes or no? Why is there such a long process?
And the second question, Katie?
Says, why are property owners not given a specific list of what heritage is and exactly how it affects their property?
Melody?
I would endorse those previous two questions. Mine relates to our property at 1 Temuka Avenue, Brunswick East. There was omission of our property in the original draft report by the experts. What evidence can Council provide that the error or inadvertent omission of this property from the original study was indeed an oversight? And my second question is, what rights and process will homeowners have to put forward their objections to this C174 amendment to the independent panel?
Thank you. Chris, would you like to?
Thank you. I'm a property owner of a property at 210 Barclay Street, and the heritage overlay study relates to my property and two adjoining mine. The question is a simple one. I'd like to know, when evaluating and considering the heritage listing of a particular property, is the land size and imposed hardships of future development considered? It's the basis of our collective objections for each of the three properties.
Thank you. So, Phil, I'll throw to you again. So, specifically, why such a long process, and what input can the homeowner have, and then why they're not given a specific list of what heritage is and exactly how it affects the property? Mm-hmm. If you want to start with that.
Yeah, sure. So it is a long process to amend the planning scheme and put in new controls into a planning scheme. We have to follow a statutory process and ensure there's consultation. We also need to ensure that there's sufficient research to support an amendment taking place and to convince the Minister for Planning or satisfy the Minister for Planning that the amendment should proceed. So it is a long process to gather that sufficient research and evidence, and then go through a public process, have it heard by a panel, and then for an informed decision to be made by, or recommendations made by the panel, and then also council based on that process.
And I just wanted to check if you're available to speak with the residents, because these three questions specifically, yeah, okay. So if you need to have a further conversation, we can organise that as well. So now Melody's question about rights and process again, in terms of objections to C174, and also the situation with the error of a property being omitted.
Yes, so Melody, can I confirm, are you a submitter to the amendment? You have made an objection? Yeah, so you would be notified of the next stage in this process, which is the appointment of an independent panel and an ability to raise your submissions and concerns before that panel, including submissions in relation to any omission that you believe has occurred. I'm also more than happy to have a conversation outside of this forum to better understand your submission tonight. Yep.
Okay, and Chris's question about...
Yeah, so I think it was land size and whether that is a consideration.
Yeah.
Land size per se for whether something should be included in a heritage overlay is not a specific test, etc. But the entirety of the land to be included is a consideration. But if the question is the size of the land a trigger as to whether something would be included or not, the answer to that would be no. The imposed hardship of including the land within a heritage submission is within a heritage overlay is something that you could make submissions to an independent panel about and inform them of those concerns.
Yep. And Chris, if you need some more follow-up, like Melody and Katie will probably have, would you like to be contacted? Yeah, okay. We've got all your details here. Between phone and email, we can get in touch with you. Thank you very much. So Richard Fox and Rod Duncan.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity. My name's Rod Duncan. I'm a resident of East Brunswick and have a background in urban planning and change management. My question relates to Amendment C174, but it's actually the item that's not in the amendment that I anticipated would be. And I'm asking Council tonight to do its utmost to ensure the retention of the last fragment of industrial heritage in the precinct being developed around the East Brunswick Village project. There's not a brick proposed to be retained within the boundaries of that site, but there is a little gem that remains immediately beside it. It's a small and tall, elegant structure off Elm Grove, on Elm Grove, just off Albert Street in East Brunswick, that features ornamental red brickwork and a ventilator apex on the top of it. It was constructed by council many decades ago to house electricity infrastructure servicing the surrounding factories, which have now gone. It's located on a public roadway and apparently still owned by council. It is beside but not within the East Brunswick Village Development Project. I nominated this property for inclusion in the GAP study that was the invitation for nominations back in 2016 and have been following it with interest, and in mid-2017 noticed that there was a permit application which would assume the non-existence of this property. To get access to the property, the building would have to be removed. I alerted council office to this and they assured me that it wasn't under threat and that it would be assessed for heritage significance and protected if necessary. And I understand that the heritage significance was confirmed. But in the last few weeks, in the light of the omission of this item from the heritage amendment before you, it's emerged that some officers within council apparently consider that there is some form of obligation upon council to facilitate the destruction of this building. I think this conclusion is inconsistent with the evidence assembled with the help of some helpful ward councillors. For the buildings, there was a development plan approved for East Brunswick Village, but the words in that really relate to the removal of the infrastructure within the building, not the building itself. And I believe that Council should urge Council to pursue all its efforts to ensure the retention of this important and delightful piece of Brunswick's history as an integral part of its future as it undergoes dramatic change.
Thank you, Rod. I've got a second question here from Chris and Damien, which is pretty much the same question. So I'll just double check that. Do you need to add anything to that, to Rod's statement then? Did you want to add anything further? Yeah, okay, and then I'll get to you, Richard. Great, come forward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Damien Lockman from G2 Urban Planning. Council would be aware that my office has been involved in the EBV site, a number of properties in its close proximity over a number of years. What we would say in response to the earlier submission is, firstly, the EBV development plan is a development plan that guides development of the site. Banco and other landowners are obligated to abide by it, as is Council obligated to abide by it. It has approved the development plan which shows removal of the substation. Now, the Elm Grove street has a small roadway which then goes through to a pedestrian thoroughfare, and what the substation would do would impede emergency vehicles from traversing down Elm Grove into where it traverses into or crosses into a pedestrian thoroughfare.
Can you turn that into a question?
Well, I am responding in kind.
Yep.
The substation was not included in C174. And that was a position of Council's professionals and Council's heritage position on the site. The retention of the substation would impede urban design objectives and would present safety concerns, particularly for women, as I'm sure this Council will be well aware, by providing hiding spots and security issues by maintaining an area that would not provide clear vision. So with all of that and the position of the substation and position of the history of the site, we ask what is Council's position regarding that substation that does not form part of any planning scheme documentation.
Thank you. So, Phil, that's 1 for and 1 against, if you'd like to respond.
Thank you, through the Chair.
Thank you.
The substation does not form part of the planning scheme amendment that is currently before Council tonight. It was nominated for consideration as part of the Heritage Review. It was reviewed by a heritage expert who did confirm that the building is of heritage significance. And in the early stages of the amendment and before authorisation, the planners at the Department of Environment, Land and Water asked that we review all sites that were recommended in the amendment to determine whether there are any prior planning approvals been issued by Council and to remove any sites that are the subject of prior planning approval. It was on that basis that the substation in question was then removed from the amendment. That's on the basis that this site has been through a number of processes and decisions by Council. Firstly, the land was, the East Brunswick Village precinct was rezoned, and as part of that rezoning process, it was not sought to protect the heritage building at that point. There has then been a development plan that has been approved, and as part of the strategic work in formulating that development plan and that going through a public consultation process, the site, the heritage substation, was not sought to be retained as part of the development plan, and its removal to provide for a roadway or improved connection was approved as part of that process. There has then been planning permits that have been issued for the East Brunswick Village development, which indicate roadways or have approved new roadways that necessitate the removal of the existing substation. So on the basis of those approvals and the questions being asked by the department, the building was removed from the amendment and it's therefore not as part of the amendment before Council tonight.
Thank you, Phil. Richard, thanks for your patience. If you'd like to approach the podium and ask your question.
Mr. Broad, Chris Broadhead, if he may be able to say a matter on the same issue. As the owner, he was put on the list, I believe. Sorry.
Do you have a question?
Very.
Because I've actually received, I've just got you both together with your question, which I've heard. So I think we need to move on to Richard, and if we have time, we can come back to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Look, my two questions have been partially answered, so I'll be brief. My first one is relating to communication strategy with those who are submitting proposals to the gap study. To paint the picture, I've followed the process that was put in place. Since submitting, I've received two communications. One was an acknowledgement of the receipt of my submission, which I directly asked for, and the other was an invitation here tonight. So I'm curious to understand whether I've fallen through the cracks in that communication strategy, or whether there really isn't anything in place to sort of inform residents on how this will unfold. And the second one, which has already come up tonight, is in relation to impact on property value. There are two short paragraphs in the study which really don't say much at all, and basically say this is not the time to consider this. When is that time, is my question.
Thank you, Richard. Phil, over to you again.
Thank you, Richard, and through the chair. Apologies if you haven't had further conversations with officers on this matter. The officers running this amendment are more than happy to speak to you about your submission and explain things further. So happy to receive a call and get you in contact with the right people. In terms of the process from here on, depending on the decision tonight by council, the amendment would proceed. We would write to the Minister for Planning seeking that he appoint an independent panel to hear all submissions. All submitters would receive an invitation to advise the panel if they wish to be heard, and then an opportunity to present before that panel. The report before council tonight gives some indicative timeframe of when that might happen. So we're talking, I think, in around June for a potential panel hearing, with a directions hearing before that. So the communication will ramp up in terms of the process, but I guess the offer is there to discuss your particular submission and contact council for further information at any time.
Thank you, Phil. So, Richard, do you want us to follow that up in terms of? That'd be good. Yeah. Okay. So we'll get some contact happening there. Okay. So, moving on now to the Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy. So I'll ask Jeremy McLeod, Nick McClellan, and Nick Dolby to please approach the podium. Jeremy, if you want to start with your question.
Yep. Hi, Mayor. Hi, councillors. My question is about whether, I know that Councillor Kavanagh's a history buff, and I wonder whether you know about the history of where car parking numbers came from, our car parking numbers. Yeah. And so pre-1950s in the United States, the streets were a place for people and for children to play on, people to occupy. Post-1950s, the automobile industry.
Jeremy.
Yep.
Are you answering your own question?
No, I'm going to ask.
Another question?
Yeah.
Okay. Go for it.
So post 1955, the automobile industry lobbied the government to privatise the roads essentially for cars and for car parking. In 1966, the Texas Department of Transport and Infrastructure installed car parking numbers. And those car parking numbers then formed the basis for car parking schemes in Australia. And so 1966 was pre-peak oil, pre-climate change. And so my question to the council is, given that our car parking numbers currently were based on a historic idea before we knew about oil, before we knew about the problem with climate change, and now that we've moved into a new century, a century when millennials don't own their own cars, not all millennials, a century when people are desperate for housing. I guess my question is to council, Is this now the time to look at a different way to provide access to transport that doesn't require private car ownership?
Precious minutes clapping. Okay. John, Councillor Kavanagh might respond.
Thanks very much, Jeremy. I knew a little bit of background there, but not the dates of 1966, etc. I didn't know that, so thanks for the information. Look, I think probably the simple answer is this council will decide our position in about an hour's time, I think, on whether this is the moment or not. And so I think that's probably the, don't want to preempt a decision of council tonight, but I think that's probably what's going to be decided tonight. So thanks very much for preambling that.
Thank you, John. Nick?
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. In the report from staff presented to councillors tonight, it says that the existing bicycle strategy and pedestrian strategy are superseded if you adopt the Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy. And it also says that to present to the May meeting, there'll be a new 10-year program of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. My question is, if existing strategies like pedestrian and bikes are superseded, what happens to the integrated transport strategy for Brunswick, which was developed after years of community consultation and adopted in 2013? There's a priority implementation plan adopted in 2013 that includes a number of bicycle and pedestrian things, for example, pedestrian shared areas around Fleming Park, pedestrian audits and so on, none of which have been implemented for that area of Brunswick East. We had a consultation last June about the bike path in John Street, following a motion by this very council in 2016. We've not had any feedback from council about plans for a John Street bike path, which is a crucial part of the East Brunswick shimmy. So can it be clarified what happens to not just the Brunswick Integrated Transport Strategy, but the implementation plan? The second part of my question is, are you seriously going to have a 10-year plan for pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure without any community engagement between now and May? What's happened to council's commitment to community engagement? As the Brunswick Residents Network, we put in a very detailed submission to the MITS, 14 pages of suggestions, culled through community meetings, community consultations and so on. And we were told that many of the recommendations in that were too detailed for a strategy document, that it needed to be big picture, but that there would be an opportunity afterwards for that to be considered. We accepted that the MITS is a big picture strategy document. But you're now talking about, in May, 2 months away, having a 10-year program for pedestrian and cycling infrastructure? Where's the community engagement in that? And so what's happened to BITS? Where's your commitment to community engagement if this is seriously what's going to happen to the Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy?
Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Nick. Again, through the chair. Nick, the good news is that there is no stepping away from the BITS program. That commitment to that program continues and the funding commitment continues. In relation to further engagement, in December of last year, there was a resolution of council to hold a forum and invite key stakeholders, including the Brunswick Residents Network and others, to a discussion in relation to the implementation and the next steps in relation to the work program for BITS. There can also be conversations around the pedestrian and bike strategy at that forum, which I think is scheduled for late, or it's shaping up towards late April, early May. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil.
Sorry,
Councillor Bolton?
One bit of the question that wasn't answered about the John Street shimmy.
Yes, so I think that will be addressed as part of the BITS implementation because it is included within that implementation plan. So confirming that that plan remains, it is not being lost as part of the consideration of MITS. So the program, the John Street shimmy, are still certainly all included within that program, which will be discussed with the residents network.
Thanks, Phil. I need a motion for an extension of question time. Councillor Bolton and Councillor Riley. Sorry, all those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. So we'll extend question time now till 8:10. Nick Dobb.
Hi, Nick Dolby, West Brunswick. I like history. Up until the 1980s, early 80s, Brunswick had one of the lowest car ownership rates in Victoria. It now has, slightly above average car ownership rates. But parking is a problem. Why is parking a problem? Well, because it's an old suburb which didn't have many cars, and now it's got lots of cars without many streets to park them in. One of the measures outlined in this strategy is to reduce parking. To reduce parking, for instance, in new multi-dwelling developments. Give a maximum amount of parking rather than a minimum amount of parking, and even to allow no parking in this development. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, international studies show that, in fact, parking is a strong tool to reducing car use, both car ownership and car use. Is it right? Will it be effective that if we reduce car parking in multi-dwelling developments, that we will get less car ownership and less cars driving around the areas of Moreland?
Thank you, Mr. Dobb. Ali, you're welcome to respond.
Just a response to your question, Nick. I'll leave the debate for the Chamber for later, but just to answer your question, yes, if you do reduce the amount of car parking in multi-unit developments, you will have less car congestion.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Councillor Farnley for his succinct answer as well. And I'd like to now ask former Mayor and former Councillor, Mr. Mark Higginbotham, to approach the podium with his question, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, I find this rather an extraordinary situation to be in. I find it difficult to understand why we're giving developers open slather to put up developments without parking. My view is if you're going to do something like this, it should be that they have to be done by exception. In other words, they have to make an application to council and the development authorities to reduce parking. That's my number one point. And I find it extraordinary, and I understand the reasons for doing it, but I think you're getting the cart before the horse. The other thing that I'm concerned about is the question of neighbourhood centres, where you want to reduce the number of spots by 20% in new developments. I also am looking at a similar situation. I'm also concerned about the question of neighbourhood centres for the question of parking, introducing that where the neighbourhood centres are. A lot of people bought into these areas long before these things were even considered. They also have rights, and they need to be considered in this exercise. The idea of reducing the number of cars is all very good in principle, and it needs to be done over time. But it also, for that to happen, there needs to be good and adequate public transport.
And the question?
My questions relate to these matters.
Yep.
Why is council doing this? They should be doing it. Why aren't you doing it by exception and not by giving them carte blanche?
Thank you. Anyone else like to answer the question?
I'm happy to answer it.
Alan, go for luck.
You raise a really good point, former Mayor, and that is something that the council in a moment will actually debate on. How do you find the balance? How do you find the balance in providing car parking for new developments, and how do you find the balance in terms of reducing car congestion? So I'll leave the debate for the Chamber. I won't take sides prematurely, but I think your concerns will be considered in a moment with the debate that will take place.
Thank you, Councillor Farnley. Now I'll ask Megan Street to come to the podium and present your question.
Hi everyone, my name is Megan and I'm a resident of the Pentridge Estate, just up here, which is undergoing, as you all know, extensive development with a number of apartments, quite a few of them, and many people moving into the area. I'm a public transport user, and my question is, What action is the council taking in supporting the upgrade of the underserviced upfield train line in the form of formal endorsements of upgrading service in an adequate timeframe? Currently, that timeframe is about 15 years, which is too long. Requesting action by the state government to upgrade the service by duplicating the tracks from Gowrie Station to the end of the line, or other such actions in keeping with environmentally friendly policies, the council's own policy of car parking reduction, and also properly functioning transport services.
Thank you. There's actually a notice of motion that relates directly to this, which I feel will address the question. If you need to hear an answer, we could potentially bring that forward if you can't hang around. But is there anyone else that would like to? You're happy to wait? Yep.
I'd like to say something briefly.
Yeah, sure.
The council has had a position on its books for many years to support the duplication of the upfield line. Now, I'm not sure what the council's done in the past, but I'm sure council has raised it on a number of occasions, but I don't feel that has been strong enough, and so there is a motion on the books for to get the end of the line duplicated so there can be more trains, because the figures that Jeremy raised earlier went hand in hand with the destruction of public transport. That's what enabled the car industry to do what it did. You've got to look at both sides of the question. They destroyed public transport, and that's what Australia followed.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. I'll ask Helen Krautzmann to come forward to the podium, please.
Good evening. In July 2018, I was here when the draft MITS was adopted to go to community consultation, and I asked a question regarding council's commitment regarding continuing to advocate for reduced speed limits on arterial roads. Since then, I've shared our community's dissatisfaction about the removal of action item 3.1.2 from the draft MITS via all methods available to me. I spoke to Alexander, who presented and compiled the MITS at the meet and greet at the Brunswick Residents Network. I submitted online feedback via the consultation process in August. I submitted my submission, or I spoke to you all at the presentation, the hearing at the Brunswick Town Hall, and I've discussed the matter with several individual councillors. Given this, I wanted to highlight that neither the consultation report, the submitters forum, or the MITS document in tonight's agenda reflect that any feedback has been provided specifically regarding council advocating for speed limits on arterial roads. And I thought that was quite critical given the consultation process that Moreland Council's gone about. Just before my question, the arterial roads in many of Moreland's neighbourhoods, as you know, are unsafe, and while arterial roads are managed by the State, Council absolutely has a role in advocating for speed limit reductions on arterial roads in our communities, and clause 3.1.2 of the draft should be returned to the strategy. My questions relate to other feedback which was also omitted. Given that the Nicholson building was subdivided prior to 2011 and that the east end of Moore Street is wearing the lion's share of development in the Holmes Nicholson Moreland Neighbourhood Centre, why is the east end of Moore Street at a minimum not flagged for 2P in its entirety? Secondly, with respect to the parking policy, except for less cars on the road, I'm interested to know, what does success look like for council and for its residents, given council's failure to include any commitment to provide additional infringement officers in the face of increased restrictions?
Bing. Well done. 2 questions.
Smashed it.
So 2 questions about 2P in Moore Street, and also what does success look like? Yep.
Just through the Mayor, I'll respond to one, and then if it's okay to hand over to Phil to respond to the other on Moore Street. In relation to infringement officer numbers, so internally we review numbers for a whole range of services. We actually have a current proposal to increase the officer numbers by 2, and the reason for that is recognising demand. Now that is, again, just being worked through internally and trying to work out where, how resources get allocated internally. So we currently have a proposal that's being looked at the moment. So hopefully that will work.
That's wonderful to hear.
So that's one.
Thank you. And Phil, what does success look like given that the lack of commitment from council to provide additional infringement, 2P for Moore Street? Got it.
Yes, thank you, Helen. Thanks for your question and through the Mayor. The explanation, it might be something I need to take away and come back to you on. The MITS recommends that within neighbourhood activity centres, the parking restrictions be introduced within the activity centre. So outside of the boundary of a neighbourhood activity centre, it wouldn't be a proposal within MITS to extend parking restrictions. Within major activity centres, then the proposal within the MITS is to extend parking restrictions within approximately 200 metres of the major activity centre, so a buffer around the activity centre. I think the answer lies between those two things, but I'll need to look specifically at the details for Moore Street and come back to you.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep, so I just wanted to confirm that, Phil, you'll get back to Helen with further detail, and Councillor Riley would like to respond.
Thanks, Helen. That doesn't preclude you or the people in that street seeking to have parking restrictions there. You could have done that yesterday, you could have done it last week, you can do it tomorrow. The provision for people to actually get together and actually request parking restrictions in their street is there. Usually that's staged with one side of the street getting some restrictions and allowing the flexibility on the other side of the street. And depending on the pressures on the street, you can apply to have both sides of the street eventually, but it's usually stepped up. It goes in stages to help people adjust and see what that implication is. So even if it doesn't get covered in the MITS, it's still possible for you to petition us and to have officers come down there and roll that out.
That's our next step. We're waiting for the new policy.
Thanks, Helen. Sorry, we just can't encourage debate or it'll get chaotic. Angela O'Toole, if you'd like to approach the podium and ask your question. She's on the way, and I'll get Shannon to get ready to present your question as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm from a small organisation called Open Table, and we share free community meals made from surplus food in Moreland since 2013. I'd just like to ask, will Council support Open Table with free hall hire for the Senior Citizen Centre in Glenroy and Faulkner?
Thank you. Councillor Riley?
Yep, I understand we've funded Open Table on for quite a few years. We actually also assisted you in getting incorporation. So I'm very interested in that you're coming back. And obviously we give you funds, you want to come back to get more. You do great work. I'm happy to work with you. And I'm kind of interested in why you didn't apply to cover this when you did the planning for this year. But we can talk about that in the debate. But you did get, I think, was it 10,000 this year from us? So yes. It's kind of interesting. I'm happy to support you, but I'm interested that you want to have more. So everyone wants more. We'll have that debate when it gets that done.
We will have
that notice of motion comes up.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Riley. Are there any other councillors that would like to respond to Angela's question?
Maybe I'd like to ask a question along the lines of what Councillor Riley asked. Maybe if you could explain a little bit about why you have approached the council for this.
Yeah, in the past we have had the fees waived, and that's what allowed our organisation to grow. And we are now serving over 200 people per month in 4 different locations in Moreland, and we are trying to do more. So these little fees are nothing in the grand scheme of things to many people, but it's 20% of our budget annually. So we, are struggling financially and would like to do more. And so any small help will actually allow us to feed more people and service the community in a greater way.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you.
Shannon?
Hello everyone, I'm Shannon. I'm from my extremely long walk for climate action. So I'm going to be walking from my home in Coburg North to Canberra this April to protest decades of inaction on climate change. And a big part of my project is that it's community powered, which means that all the towns that I'm going to throughout Vic, New South Wales and ACT, people will be putting me up, providing food and helping me out with getting the word out there. And as my home community of Moreland has a pretty good track record on climate action, we have a lot to be proud of. I would love to go out on my walk with the support of Moreland Council behind me and to be an ambassador to say not only the communities that I'm walking to robust and strong and ready to take on strong climate action, but Moreland is very much ready and able to do that as well. So I'm asking for a formal show of support from Moreland Council, and I believe there's a motion to debate what that might look like, but can Moreland Council offer that to me?
Thank you, Shannon. I think it's worth saying that, yes, that is a notice of motion that was submitted by Councillor Dorney that will come into the chamber later on, so you'll know for sure.
Okay.
Councillor Bolton?
I'd like to ask a question.
Sure.
Because lots of people will be listening to this meeting live and there's people in the audience who might be wanting to support the walk. So could you say when the walk starts? Are you planning to have invite people to come and give you a send-off on the walk?
Yeah.
That would be great.
Absolutely. So the walk starts on April 20th, and yes, I'm very much planning on having a kick-off event. And I would also love Moreland Council's help in setting that up. But yeah, I would love people to join me for a leg of the walk from Coburg to Whittlesea is my first stop. Yeah.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
So as we still have about 15 minutes outstanding, I can ask Chris and Damien to come back to the podium and you'll be able to present your question. We do have time. Thank you.
Thank you. It was just a very quick question. Will the council not be considering the substation outside 2 Elm Grove in tonight's agenda item on C174?
Okay, thank you. So we couldn't make a predetermined decision, but it is coming as one of the items in the agenda, so you'll know then.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that is the end of question time. We can now move on to the council reports. I just want to note that I have no on-notice reports. Sorry, bear with me. On-notice responses. Councillors, just to note that on-notice responses are now reported through the governance report to be considered later in the agenda. Sorry about that. So I'll now move on to the council reports. And the first report we have to consider this evening is DCF 1219. The MITS, Moreland Integrated Transport Strategy and Parking Implementation Plan, and Councillor Riley is on his feet.
Yes. I'd like to move the officer recommendation as put. I understand there are, I think, 18 amendments. And, so if I've got a seconder, I'll speak to
Councillor Dorney.
Thank you. I think I'd like to suggest as a course of action, and it's open to the Mayor as the Chair as to how you do this, but I'd like to suggest that we, if I speak in relation to this motion, and then we can actually take each of the amendments in turn as they've been presented to council this evening.
So as a mover, you are welcome to speak to the motion as it stands at the moment.
Great. So thank you. Thank you to everybody who's come this evening. This has been a major policy and consultation engagement with our community for at least the last 18 months. So thank you to everyone who's had their involvement. You can see in the report the number of engagements and people who've taken time to consider what we're doing and to get involved. And thank you for coming tonight. You'll notice that this policy change is transformative in my view. We established the original MITS in 2009, and here we are, 10 years later, building on that. And so much of the directions that were set by the council at that time is what we're continuing to expand on and to work with. We've invested hugely in this, not just in your time and engaging with you, but also we spent a good deal of our budget, about $500,000, plus other budget related to officer time, and we spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of their time preparing and working on this. We've also attempted in 2013 to deal with some of these issues around transport and parking, and at that stage the council was split and we didn't actually get any movement on this. So we're now 5 years or 6 years later having to deal with the congestion and the other related issues. I'm a car user, I'm a bike rider, I'm a public transport user, I'm a friend of wheelchair users, and I push prams occasionally. I'm working for a city that caters to all sorts of transport and forms of users, and I'm supporting the officer recommendation because I want to prioritise active transport, walking, riding, scooting, public transport and car sharing, because in this car-dependent world, we need to address the congestion that comes with it. We're accommodating thousands of new residents every year, but it's not physically possible, especially in the southern areas of the city, to accommodate all the cars they are likely to bring. By 2036, we expect to have 43,000 extra residents. That's about 2,500 people a year. If we do nothing, we're going to end up with 24,000 more vehicles, or about the equivalent of 17 MCGs of car parking in our city. I don't want that. I want a cooler moorland. I want a moorland that's more livable and one that's fairer and safer. This plan is an approach to actually deal with the issues in the south of the city and the north of the city. That's why we've taken this approach. And the foundations we're going to lay using this policy are going to allow us lots of levers and ways of managing congestion and parking and transport in our city. And they're the things that we can do as a council. And we've heard some submissions tonight about public transport. We do advocate for that, and we'll continue to do that. And the MITS is going to give us the basis to do that as well.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Dorney, would you like to speak now or at the end? Councillor Riley will, if someone speaks against, he'll be able to close the debate, so it's entirely up to you, I think.
I'm happy to speak whenever.
Yep,
No, I'll speak.
go for your
Thank
life.
you. I'd just like to thank, firstly, the officers for the immense amount of work that's gone into the development of this policy. I don't even know how many hours, but the way that they've balanced impeccably the needs of community and brought community along over the past 18 months on this journey, while also managing the transformative change that we're going to be seeing and the huge population growth, I just think has been impeccable, and I really applaud officers for that work. I thank for the community for all your feedback and how we've really, just knowing we've really taken that on board with this policy and made a lot of changes. We've some of those changes from the previous iteration of MITS have been increasing concession rates for parking. We're looking at how we can make our places and spaces safer for women at night, as that was something that was raised as a key concern in the draft. What was the other? And looking at how we, our parking permits and how we can accommodate for traders and removalists and still have that movement throughout our city, while also moving towards a transition away from private vehicle ownership. This is a transformative policy. It's really one that we know we haven't, although efforts in the past, we haven't been able to really get that mode shift that we want and need, and the council committed to at the start of this term. This policy really addresses the key levers available to council in order to be able to do that, and I'm really proud to stand here endorsing those. One of those, as contentious as it is parking. And I really commend the action area around looking at maximum rather than minimum parking rates within our developments. I think that although this means that it's not providing zero car parking, there's still car parking provided, it actually starts to send a clear message and allow a conversation and a thought process even with developers to, rather than defaulting to providing heaps of car parking, they can actually think about what the needs are of the community and start to cater for the community as there's people that move in as well as are buying places that already live here that are not needing a car, and in doing so can save up to $40,000 on their apartment, which can be reinvested into making that apartment more livable, more sustainable, or they can do whatever they like with that money. I think that as Councillor Riley said, we've got 43,000 people moving into this city. Business as usual isn't going to work. As a health professional, as a public health professional, I know the importance of clean air, and with 86,000 extra movements a day by 2036 in a business as usual scenario, our air is going to be congested, our streets aren't going to be safe, particularly for children and for our older people. There's no equity, people aren't going to be able to park their cars. So this is a real foresight policy and a real flagship moment in history for Moreland in how we do transport.
Thank you, Councillor Dawn. Councillor Martin.
So I have 15 amendments that I'd like to move on this strategy. And so I'm happy to go through the list, outline for the gallery what my amendments are, and then potentially we can either choose to debate them individually, or do we want to put up, because I know there's 3 other amendments that other councillors have proposed. We can work our way down the list, or...
I think Councillor O'Farnley is indicating that he'd like to put his amendment first.
Okay, that's
That
fine.
suits you?
Yeah, sure.
Councillor O'Farnley? Sure. It might make sense if we follow the order that we've all got as well.
Fine.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so the Mayor's just outlining we've got a number of amendments.
Sorry, just a minute. Just one way of expediting some of the amendments. It might be worthwhile asking with each amendment if there's a speaker against, because if there's no speaker against, they could just be incorporated.
Sure.
It's
Yep.
unanimous.
Sure, thank you.
It's
Go
something
for it.
straightforward.
Yep, that's good facilitation too.
I'd like to propose an amendment as appears on screen, just to outline what that is, and I imagine it may not be supported by the Mayor or seconder, but it would be regarding a change to the minimum car parking rates in MITS in regards to undertaking further analysis on what that should be, authorising additional expenditure to calculate those rates, and amending point 4.5 and deleting point 6 to 8. And if I have a seconder, I'm happy to speak. I guess if it's firstly, I guess.
Yeah, I'll just find out if that's acceptable to the mover and seconder. So I need a seconder for Councillor Yildiz.
Okay. Thank you to all for attending tonight in regards to MITS. I actually concur with a lot of what Councillor Dorney and Councillor Riley said. It's absolutely critical that we have mode shift in Moreland. So we move people from cars to public transport, from people from public transport to bikes, from people from bikes to walking. If we don't take action on that, we're going to have far too much congestion with the amount of development coming into Brunswick, Coburg and parts of Glenroy. But what is that balance, as one of our speakers that asked a question earlier tonight, in terms of providing some level of car parking for residents coming in? I'm proposing tonight that we look at a model where we reduce the amount of car parking rates on new developments by 50%. So we're taking serious action in terms of reducing the amount of car parking that happens in new developments in Moreland. That is a significant step forward in terms of reducing congestion in the area. Why do we need to do that? Well, the real reason why we have car parking in developments is to ensure we cater for a wide range of residents. We've got young families, young mums that need to move around and pick up a kid from childcare and move them to preschool. We've got the elderly that want to go on a Wednesday to an Italian club in Reservoir. We've got people with accessibility issues that might want to see a specialist in Essendon. There is a reason why different people need some form of car parking. And if we build a multitude of new buildings in these areas with zero car parking, essentially we're pushing those people out of those areas, and that is a concern. The other real reason why we have a minimum car parking rate is it enables our planners to negotiate with developers. So what that actually means is, if you have a substantially fantastic building, then what we will actually do is negotiate with you and use that as a lever. But what we don't want to do is open that at carte blanche to all developers. We have a very small amount of developers with a great track record in building developments that are absolutely catering and finding the right type of residents that don't need cars. But we don't know what opening it up to the market for the next 10 years will actually do, what damage it could possibly do in terms of the type of residents that are able to live in these areas. So having that as a protection. This doesn't preclude new developers coming in and actually building buildings with zero car parks, exactly as it is today. They'll still be able to do that. But this provides a minimum, a protection level for residents in general. What we'll need to do from this point forward is actually model out what those rates, what that rate should be. I've proposed approximately 50%, but before we do that, we'll engage the experts to actually advise us as what that rate should actually be. And then it will come back to council and we'll be able to push that finally and vote for it in a couple of months' time. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Councillor Yildiz is the seconder? No? Do I have any councillors who would like to speak against Councillor Farnley's amendment, proposed amendment? Councillor Martin?
Thanks. So I don't support this amendment. I don't support it because I see it as a dilution of the work that we have undertaken. Essentially, we have gone to experts. We've spent over $500,000 actually getting a robust policy that has taken account many views across the community. What this does is it actually says to the experts, to the people in the community, you've given us this feedback, we've put this in here, but actually what we want to do now is we want to predetermine another outcome. What this does is it means we'll have to spend another $75,000. It will delay the process, and it will delay what is probably the most important element of the strategy. What it will do is we'll put the panel submission at risk, because the panel is going to say, you went out and got experts to go and do this piece of work, and then you wanted them to go out and do another piece of work for a predetermined outcome, which isn't their expert opinion. And what it also does is it jeopardises this whole strategy, because it potentially puts the decision for the planning matter, when it comes back before council, to the next council. And so what that does is that creates populist campaigns and all of this rubbish that we've seen outside of our city, and it dilutes our ability to influence what we have is an absolutely brilliant strategy. And what we're discussing here is we're discussing congestion, we're discussing human health, and we're discussing the environment. This is what this strategy is designed for. It's stepping us away from car ownership, from car use. The difference between what this proposal is doing by 2036 is essentially an extra 10,000 cars on the road. So we can have that debate. We can have people getting frustrated and furious with us because they can't get out of their street because there's so many cars on the roads. We can have that. We can go down that path, or we can go down the path of a planned expert policy that allows us to really achieve what we actually set out to achieve in the council plan, which is what we set 2 years ago as part of the scope. I'll leave the rest of the debate for the substantive.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor who would like to speak for the amendment? Councillor Tapanos.
Thank you. I think the amendment is fair and reasonable and strikes a good balance. It is a generous amendment, 50% waiver. Car parking is expensive to build, certainly expensive, up to $40,000, $50,000 per spot. You're giving developers a free kick here. You're making their developments a lot easier to construct and a lot cheaper and more money for them to make. So I think that you do need to allow some car parking. What this does, what we are really talking about today, is a requirement for permits. If you have some restrictions, some sums of parking that need to be provided, anyone who wants 100% waivers needs a permit. If you go down the path that some are proposing here of having the minimum being zero, every developer will seek zero. Every developer will come and say, I don't want to build car parking because it's expensive. And then what's going to happen is you're going to have outright congestion in our city. You're not going to be able to find a car park anyway. If you think it's hard to park in Moreland, ask yourself why that is. And I'll tell you why I think it is. Because for years and years and years, we have been waiving car parking requirements. We've been waiving too much. And that is the outcome that you see. I'll speak a little bit more broadly about this strategy as well, because I do think this is the key part of it, that needs to be discussed. We all want to see mode shift. We all want to see people get out of their cars. We want to see people rely on their cars less. It's a matter of how we do that. And there is no doubt, and I agree with some here, that we've gone out and we've got experts. And experts have told us that this is the way to do it. They have said, effectively, that if you don't provide car parking in developments, people won't be able to find a car park and people may not drive. If you cannot find a car parking spot on the street, you won't drive. If you cannot get a parking permit, then you probably won't drive. If you need to pay a fee to park, you probably won't drive. If congestion becomes unbearable and you can't move in traffic, you won't get out of your car, you can't drive. So let's call this for what it is. This is the anti-car strategy. It aims to create traffic chaos, congestion, and make car ownership and driving in a Moreland impossible. This is the aim of this policy. It's a radical policy. But in order for it to work, and this is why experts agree, in order for it to work, it needs to be radical, it needs to create congestion, because only then will people not drive. But if we do that, councillors, if we create that type of a city, is it really accessible? Is it equitable? Not everyone is young and mobile. Not everyone is a cyclist. Is it equitable for the elderly, for young families, for people with mobility issues? Today I spoke to some residents. I spoke to Margaret, a 72-year-old woman on Sydney Road. She told me she used to cycle, she used to walk. Now she's got bad knees. She needs to drive to the doctor. I spoke to Joseph. He has 2 young kids. Takes them to cricket. Needs to have a car in order to take the cricket equipment. I'll ask you, councillors, if we make it impossible for people to drive in order to get people out of their cars, are we also creating a city that is unfair, unequitable, and only for young people?
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Thank you. So we're now up to speakers against, so I'm happy to take the conch. I won't be supporting the amendment. I won't be supporting the amendment because there's a zero car parking requirement in the City of Melbourne, but many developers still build car parks because what they're doing is called marketing the proposal. So what they do is they say, all right, great, I could get away with no car parks, but the people who want to live in my apartments own cars. So I'll build 20% of car parks and that will sell my properties. Now, in Moreland, I think the comment about it being hard to park in Moreland is interesting because there's actually times when it's impossible to drive in Moreland, let alone park. So if we keep doing nothing, we'll just end up with no outcome. I think that it's important to acknowledge that parking is expensive. It's expensive to build, but at the moment we have a bunch of people renting apartments in the city who don't own cars and they're covering that cost. So they're paying for car parks that were expensively built, even though they don't own cars, so they can park their bikes or keep their surfboard in the car park, assuming there's a cage around the car park. So I don't think that I don't think that having only a 50% waiver is going to deliver the outcomes that we need to see very quickly if we're going to actually affect some serious mode shift in the city. I think that the 100% waiver will encourage developers to build apartments that are slightly cheaper. There's already a situation in the city where there are no shortage of apartments with car parks. There's not people screaming out for more car parks in their apartment buildings. What's actually happening is the opposite thing, which we have, young mobile community living in apartments, which are the kind of developments that we're seeing in the city, who catch trams or walk or catch Ubers. I understand Margaret's position and the fact that as she's got older, she does drive. But that's exactly the reason why we should offer these car parking waivers, because people who don't need to drive, and I'm one of those people, are going to be encouraged not to drive because it's going to be a pain in the neck to drive. So I think that getting some of the people who don't need to drive, and I acknowledge that I'm one of those people, off the roads, whatever way we can, is going to make road usage for the people who have that as their only option, and I'm happy to acknowledge that those people exist, have the access that they need to the roads that exist in the city that are congested already. Are there any councillors that would like to speak for the motion? Yep. Take your pick. Well, do you want to go first?
I'm speaking in favour of this as someone who wants to see a reduction of car usage. But I think it has to be, what we need is a permanent reduction of car usage. So if we adopt a policy which simply displaces people who need to drive to other municipalities, we haven't achieved a net reduction in car usage. I think, and I think it was interesting, Jeremy's comments earlier, because a critical element that forced people to drive cars was the destruction of public transport. I come from a city where they burnt the trams to replace them with buses and force people into cars in Australia. And that's been over 30, 40, 50 years, there's been a wholesale destruction of public transport. And I think the reason why the household survey that's referred to in the MITS document doesn't see a trend away from car usage is because even many cyclists are forced to keep cars for certain things. And I think we have to address the public transport issue. We can't, and I think the MITS document is very underdone on the public transport issue. I can understand the rationale that other councillors and the MITS document saying we should just only focus on what we control, which is parking. But I actually think just talking about parking by itself without really strongly advocating for public transport and trying to, I haven't seen council have a really strong campaign for public transport in my time on council, and but it has to be a partnership, because if we're serious about reducing car usage, we have to remove or eliminate or reduce the drivers of car usage. And there are a number of issues which are encouraging more people to drive than would otherwise drive. And one of them is sending kids to schools many suburbs away. That has been one driver of people to use cars. And I believe the spread of Uber has also resulted in more traffic on the roads as well. I mean, there are many different drivers of why people are driving, and I would say job insecurity is something else, which is driving more people to drive than would otherwise drive. Because, when people just had permanent jobs, it was much easier to work out public transport or cycling or whatever to get people to their jobs. But now people are marrying 2, 3, 4 jobs, and so often that might mean a car trip. So that's the reason why I'm supporting this amendment. I feel that to make that jump without the public transport being in existence isn't going to achieve what people in good faith are wanting to achieve.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor against? Councillor Dorney?
Yeah, so I'll just touch on a few extra points. I won't reiterate what I've already said. But yes, I agree with Councillor Bolton that we need collaboration and we need many working parts working together at one time in order for this policy to be achieved. Parking, working with strong advocacy to state government to improve our trains, trams and bus services, both improving frequency but improving efficiency as well, and making sure they arrive on time, which I can't remember the word for right now. Also, with the car parking, I don't understand how it's going to increase congestion if we're safe. So people are deciding to move in without their car. Their development is supporting them to do that through not providing their car park, so they're saving money. The perimeter around the major activity centre in which the development is actually within, so it's located within an area where they've said, yep, okay, I'm going to access all other forms of shared public transport and active transport that's available to me, so I'm not going to use my car. But if there's people that do come with their car, we're safeguarding that 200 perimeter radius around that development to say that you can't actually park within that 200 metre radius, so that's a serious deterrent to actually people bringing their car and having to walk that distance. 75, we've done the work, $75 extra $1,000 to eventually end up where we want to get to, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like $75,000, where else could that be spent in Moreland? I think we're not giving the developers a free ride in building crappy development with no car parking. They can still build developments with car parking. They still will. It's just about actually getting them to think a bit more about less parking rather than just defaulting to more parking because that's what's in the planning scheme. I've probably got more to say, but I will end there for the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Dorney. I need a councillor for Councillor and Olivia Carley. Hannon?
Sorry. So, as a councillor, I've had a strong track record of supporting developments, often controversial, with zero parking, including recently a cinema, of a medical centre, and a number of developments with residential dwellings as well. A lot of the times, this has been based on where they are in the activity centre and also based on exceptional environmental sustainability outcomes and excellent public transport. The reason I'm supporting the amendment is to continue to ensure that we, the elected councillors, can continue to regulate the market and ensure our policy is not exploited by developers to make greater profits and not to provide any parking at all, which, as Councillor Farnley stated, sometimes will be pushing out residents who do require parking. So as Councillor Wood stated, our current parking scheme does see an oversupply. Having more roads and more car parks does have an induced demand effect, and that is why a 50% reduction will still have a significant impact on reducing parking. I disagree that this amendment goes against the expert advice because I think that by looking at their recommendation and requesting a more gradual and moderate approach, we will have to do the remodelling because we're putting it up to the planning scheme and it has to be perfect. But why should we be putting something up that is not striking the right balance and that is not perfect for our community? A 50% reduction will still see apartments without parking being built because when we have good ESD outcomes, we've just approved the scorecard and we're providing opportunities for developers to come forward with a good case why they don't need any car parking. However, we have to make sure that we do this recognising that when you do build something like a medical centre and things like that, a minimal amount of car parking is still potentially going to be required, and I think it should stay with councillors to make that decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carly Hannon. Councillor For? Anybody?
Against.
I'm up to against. Sorry, Councillor Against. Sorry. Councillor Kavanagh.
I found this a difficult one, and Councillor Farley, in fairness to him, has worked on this quite well for a couple of weeks and has actually put his plan to councillors before this, so I'm appreciative of that, and I thank him for his work on it. But I think the one thing that swung me on this one is it's not saying that you cannot have car parking in a development. It's not saying that. It's saying that if you like, the default position is no car parking, and then you have a permit if you want to provide car parking. I actually believe that the market will determine it. At this point in time, in my work situation, etc., I feel as if I need a car park. So therefore, I won't buy a apartment that doesn't provide car parking. And I'm sure that many of the people who are going to buy these apartments will be in a similar position as well. Therefore, the developer will have to provide car parking and charge me accordingly. And whereas somebody who doesn't want car parking, it's not a requirement on the applicant to provide car parking. If the market decides of a particular development in the middle of Brunswick that the people who want to buy that want car parking, the developer will provide it, because otherwise he'll be left with an apartment block that won't sell. Whereas if his target market or her target market is telling them that car parking is superfluous, then they won't provide car parking and they won't need to provide for an exemption as such. Every single month at the Urban Planning Committee, or the PALM, we have applications for waivering of car parking. And in some cases, we waiver entire car parking. In the case of Jeremy's developments, that was shown to be the case because his buyers don't want car parking, and therefore he had to actually get quite an extensive process to have a complete waivering of car parking. To me, that was nonsensical. His potential purchasers realised that they weren't going to get car parking, didn't want it, and therefore it shouldn't have had to go through that entire process.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor For the amendment? Okay, so I think unless there are any other councillors who would like to speak, I'll put that to the vote. So all those councillors in favour of adopting Councillor Farnley's amendment as part of the substantive motion, all those in favour? Against? So I declare the amendment, Councillor Farnley's amendment lost. And Councillor Riley has called for a division. So all those in favour of Councillor Farnley's amendment? Councillors Yildiz, Tapanos, Farnley, Carly Hannon and Bolton? And against? Councillors Martin, Kavanagh, Abood, Riley, Dorney, Davidson. She's hiding her spelling mistakes, just in case. Okay, you might just draw breath. Let Jodie catch up a little bit. And Councillor Martin.
Okay, so I'm happy to go through the next 15 amendments. What might be easiest is if I just read out what the amendment is, if we tend to have consensus in the chamber, or if a councillor wishes to debate the item, then we can probably move the debate, obviously checking with the mover and seconder if it's acceptable as well.
Okay, so Councillor Martin, what we'll do is we'll get you to read each one, find out if they're acceptable to the mover and seconder. If anybody wants to object to them, we'll just debate each one as it comes.
Comes up.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so the first of my amendments is item 2 for councillors, which I've previously circulated, and that is just the inclusion of references to the climate emergency, which we've previously passed as a council. I believe this draft went out before we had the actual climate emergency declaration. So this is just updating that.
So is that, well, I'll just see if it's acceptable to the mover and seconder. Yep, so that's incorporated. Is there anyone that would like to, is there consensus that it's adopted, I guess I'm asking? Okay, so that motion to insert references, add a new point as following: delegate authority to council officers to include reference to climate emergency in the climate change section on page 18 and include references to the climate emergency where it is deemed appropriate elsewhere in the strategy has been incorporated into the substantive motion. And I'll get you, Councillor Martin, to move to the next one, please.
Yeah, so the next item in there is amending section 2 of the strategy, just confirming its support for the 400K, which is already written in there, and actually asking that we authorise the CEO to bring forward any expenditure planned in 2021 should it be available, or should the work have been done to allow that to be brought forward. So it's not saying that we're going to have any additional expenditure. What it's doing is it's saying that if it's ready to go, we can bring it forward from 2021.
Is that acceptable to the mover and seconder? Okay, anyone who, Councillor Farnley? Okay, so now you can speak against this incorporated point, which reads as confirms its additional point.
Well, you need a seconder.
Yeah, it's not.
No, they've said it's acceptable. Oh, you need a seconder to, sorry.
Happy to second.
Doesn't he need a second opinion?
No, it's been incorporated into the substantive by the mover and seconder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
So now what happens is it gets debated.
Be removed.
No, actually,
Sorry, hang on a sec.
just through the
Sorry,
mayor. And there are lots of changes, so we'll just have to make sure we work through this. So if it's been accepted by the mover and the seconder, it forms part of the substantive motion.
Right.
And so the issues then, if there is some serious objection to it, it might be worth withdrawing it out of the substantive motion, getting a seconder for your amendment, and then allowing debate on that. That then means you can voice your concerns if you're not happy with it. And then it goes in if it's voted in.
Yep.
Okay with that? Into the substantive motion.
Can I just
Hang on a sec.
I'm happy to second.
So you're,
I think that was the intention before, that I wanted to have each item debated before it went into the substantive so that we would avoid this scenario. So
okay, so what's
I think
happening
that
is
might be the
it's
best
not
approach.
being incorporated into the substantive, but
Is there any objection?
Councillor Martin has a seconder in Councillor Bolton.
can we debate the
And now
item?
what will happen is Councillor Martin, as the mover of the amendment, will speak to the amendment. Thank you, Councillor Martin.
What this amendment is doing, and for those that don't know, this is the installation of the little parking sensors, in-ground parking sensors. What it's essentially doing is saying that once we've rolled out the parking restrictions on the streets, we then identify areas where there is high either parking demand or an appropriate location for those in-ground sensors. The two options that we have is either we say, we're ready to go, but we don't have the money this year, so we have to send officers down there with chalk to mark it and do it the old school way, or we can bring forward expenditure, which we already have agreed to, and spend it upfront to avoid having to commit additional officer resources where we should be actually sending those officers elsewhere in the municipality.
Councillor Bolton as a seconder.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in favour of this, and in fact, I think a very important part of this, I hope, if it gets adopted, is that it's not just the shopping areas, but the interface between residential and industry. And for instance, I'm thinking of around the John Faulkner Hospital, where there's an incessant problem of people parking across driveways and blocking people in and all the rest of it. But there's a number of areas on that interface, residential commercial interface, where this would be fantastic. And because there aren't enough parking officers to go around to deal with all of the issues. So I'm in support.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Any councillors against Councillor Martin's amendment? Councillor O'Farnley, thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, I support the $400,000 of additional parking restrictions, and then I support the $900,000 of additional parking sensors in years 2 and 3. But I support that being staggered out appropriately over those 3 years rather than being brought forward. What the challenge we have is with the budget is when you bring items forward, is something else has to move out. And it's a very delicate balance. So a little earlier we spoke about the fact that we've had experts that have been overseeing this, that have put forward their recommendations. The officers have been working tirelessly to stagger this out to make sure it's a sustainable way that we roll this out. I'd rather support the council officers, and this will be a consistent theme across all of these amendments, to roll it out as according to plan and not start pulling items forward. Whether they're ready or not is maybe they may be absolutely ready, but when you bring something forward, something else has to lose out. So I'd rather we stagger this over those 3 years.
Thank you, Councillor O'Farnley. I will speak for Councillor Martin's amendment, just to very briefly say that when we bring forward a huge amount of money on something like revitalisation of a shopping centre or something of a similar nature where there's no revenue involved, we will find that there are scenarios where something else will have to be pushed out. But I think that this is a unique situation because this is a scenario where it will potentially, the sensors will potentially create revenue, which will mean that even if something does need to be pushed out, it won't be pushed out for 5 years. It will be pushed out until my husband can get booked and have to pay a fine, and we can find the revenue that way to pay for whatever it is that had to be bumped so that the revenue could be brought forward. So I will be supporting the amendment. Councillor against? Councillor Tapanos?
Yes, look, I'm rising, I guess, in opposition, but I do need to state I fully support the amendment as it's written there, and I will be supporting it in the budget discussions. I don't know why it's here. We're not adopting the budget tonight. The proper process would be to amend the budget and bring items forward during the budget discussion, which we will have later in the year. It is a little bit against the process, in my view, and bad governance, because I don't know what the overall picture of the capital works budget is when we just see single items that are picked out and put forward like this. So I don't think this is the right process and the right time to make this decision. I would be very happy to support this if it referred this decision to the budget process, because that's when budget decisions and amendments to the budget ought to be made. But I fully support it, and I look forward to seeing this amendment at the budget time, and I will support it at that time, subject, of course, to community consultation. The budget document requires significant community consultation, so to predetermine something like this now is also just wrong, in my view.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor for, Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thank you. Look, the final line of this says that the CEO can bring this expenditure forward once high demand areas are clearly identified and understood. In terms of the budget argument that we've just heard, this is in the forward budget, so it's just bringing it forward. I know that sounds a bit technical, but it's not a huge risk. The other aspect of it is that the sensors measure the time people are parking, and if they're overstaying and they're actually flogging a car park that someone else deserves because they want to drive around our city, we should have sensors to tell us that. And if they're actually breaking the law, they should pay for it. And that would bring income into our city, which we can actually spend on improving our streets and the livability. So I'm all for this, and we're still going to go through a budget process. So anyone who gets a little bit nervous around that and sort of goes, oh, we better be careful about governance, I don't have one problem with this whatsoever.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor against? No. So I think I might just put that to the vote now. So we're voting to adopt or not Councillor Riley's amendment about the 400k being brought forward. Sorry, Councillor Martin. I always do that. Anyway, all those in favour of Councillor Martin's amendment? Against? I declare that amendment lost.
I thought that, yes, lost.
Yeah, lost.
Carried. Oh.
No, we were voting on the amendment.
Yeah.
All those for?
Yeah.
And against was lost.
It was lost. Okay.
Did you want to change your vote?
No.
Okay, so Councillor Martin, next one.
Thank you. So my next point is just referring to parking officers in our city. And so what it's saying is support an increase in council's level of service in parking enforcement.
Sorry, can you just stop for a sec?
Yeah, that was lost.
How was that lost? Numbers, can you go back?
Yeah, sure. So
Because
Councillor
those who
Martin's amendment,
Yeah.
adopting Councillor
So who
Martin's.
voted for?
So all those in favour?
Yeah, it was 1, 2, oh,
5.
5.
Against?
6 against.
6 against.
Yeah, so yeah.
So it was lost.
Yes, thank
She said lost.
Oh, you said
Yeah,
lost.
yeah.
Excuse me.
You just asked me how that was lost. That's how it was lost. It's totally fine.
It was lost.
It's totally fine, Councillor Yildiz. It's, we've,
Wanted to make sure.
yeah, there's a lot of pressure on us and we'll get through it any way we can, together, okay? All right. Start again, please, Councillor Martin.
Okay, so this here is asking to support an increase in council's level of service in parking enforcement, particularly in the south of the city, and develop options to provide a broader spread of hours in the delivery of this service, including enabling a contactable out-of-hours resident response to parking and enforcement matters in the early morning, evening, or on weekends. And just to clarify, in case we have a discussion about budget, the CEO mentioned before that this was already in the works.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. So we'll do the same thing again. We're opting for a seconder, which will be Councillor Bolton, has seconded Councillor Martin's proposed amendment. And would you like to speak to it, Councillor Martin?
Is there opposition? Sorry, there is.
Oh, sorry, I thought Councillor...
There's no opposition, from what I understand.
I'm opposing.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to vote against it.
Okay.
Let's just cut straight to it. Okay,
Okay.
go for your
Thank you. Thank you, councillors
We're
and gallery,
losing
for
the
bearing with
energy.
us. So essentially what I'm asking for here is the resources that are already going to be in the budget is to ensure that those resources spend more of their hours in the south looking at areas that are impacted by this strategy. It's also looking to make sure that there is a service that's able to be provided to residents who, say, get a tradie blocking their driveway at 7 o'clock in the morning and they don't call the after-hours hotline at Moreland Council and tell them that they can log a CRS and we'll get back to you at 9 o'clock. So what this is doing is essentially making sure that the resources that we have are allocated when they are needed.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Bolton, as the second.
I don't need to add anything.
Councillors who'd like to speak against, Councillor O'Farnley or Kavanagh?
No, I'm just voting against.
Just to quickly articulate why. A little earlier we had a question during question time where someone actually asked this question regarding resources, And the answer we got from the executive was that that is the responsibility of the executive. We don't get involved in operational matters like that. Now, it's aligned with the MITs. It's aligned perfectly fine, but getting involved in determining where we should allocate resources is something that's the responsibility of the executive and operations, not councillors. I'd love to start dictating how many officers we should hire up in Fawkner cleaning trees and stuff like that, but unfortunately I don't have the privilege.
Thank you, Councillor Farnley. So,
a seconder now.
yes, you may.
I don't see this as interfering in operational matters. I think this is actually a policy issue of providing a service to residents when they need it. And that's really what this isn't saying, you know, although council does frequently pass motions and MITS includes this of advocating hiring of, you know, sometimes one or two people of full-time or part-time hours to do X, Y and Z. But, you know, I think this is really a policy issue that so that we as a council are responsive to residents' concerns and needs.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor against?
The theme coming out of this is that you're trying to punish drivers, in particular in the south of the city.
Hang on. Are you speaking against... Yes. We're going to get to the substantive and you'll be able to talk to it, but are you speaking against Councillor Martin's...
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because I just feel that this is, yet again, targeting particular drivers in the south of the city when it should be consistent. I think this is not fair. I will be voting against it.
Okay. So that's 4 against. I'd like to speak for this motion. Now, we already know that there is a current proposal for additional resources which are fully funded, and we as councillors are not in our roles to tell the executive how to run the business of council, but we are in our roles to represent community who tell us that when digger, concrete truck, somebody's car or whatever is parked across their driveway at 8:30 on a Friday night, there's not very much they can do about it until Monday the next week. So while you could report a fine, you could report the car and take a photo and do all that stuff, there's some complex legalities involving, you know, the way that you prove that in fact any of that stuff was legitimately done with a view to having someone fined for parking. But also if there's no lever for us to make sure that people have access to their own homes by calling us or calling a parking officer to say this car needs to be moved or something needs to be done, I don't think it's a bad idea as councillors that we respond to those kind of, to those kind of requests. So I will be supporting this amendment, and I'll just stop talking. Against? Hi.
Can I just get clarification from the director? What happens now if someone is parked in the south of the city illegally? They call the 24-hour hotline anyway, don't they?
Through the Mayor, we have Monday to Friday, we have parking staff from 6:45 through to 10:20ish, I think it is. And on Saturday, it's from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Our contact hours for customer service, though, are 8:30 through to 5. So if someone rings...
What days?
Well, that's Monday to Friday.
Yep.
So there is, outside of, I'll say, the customer service hours of 8:30 to 5, there is no way to contact a parking officer if someone's parked across a driveway, for example. I will add, though, that the parking officer will only issue infringement. The vehicle will still be obstructing the driveway if that was where it was.
Thank you, Grant.
So on a Sunday morning...
Hang on a sec. Are you asking another question?
Yeah,
I'm just trying to keep this on the rails, that's all. Yeah.
No, but
it's my job.
No, I want to ask this. So at 10 a.m. on a Sunday morning, if someone's illegally parked, I can't call 9240 1111 and go through to a call centre who will respond to that?
If you ring the 1111 number, it'll go to our after-hours service. If it's an emergency, it'll go through to an officer. If it's not, it'll be dealt with the next working day. We don't, as a matter of course, have parking officers working on Sundays.
Could I just clarify if we consider a car parked across someone's driveway an emergency or not?
It would not be. Again, I'd reiterate, we would only issue an infringement and the car would not be towed from across the driveway.
Thank you, Grant. I think it's probably a good idea if I just put this amendment. Do you need to speak? Okay, go for it.
Thank you. So I'm speaking in favour of the amendment, and I think it's a very well crafted amendment, particularly in its wording. I do think that it comes close, but it doesn't infringe on the management rights of this council, and it is a governance issue. For example, it doesn't say employ X staff members, and it doesn't say amend the budget to provide those resources. So I think it's close to the line, but it's stayed on the side of governance. But if you actually look at what it's aiming to do, it's a worthwhile service that does need to be provided. So we are talking about transport and parking today a lot. Parking's going to get a lot more difficult in the city. You want to make sure that you have the resources to be able to police those parking restrictions and make sure that if people are parking illegally and parking across your driveway, you can call council at any time and have an officer go down there and book them. So if you're going to make it more difficult, if you're going to add more restrictions, you do need to back that up with the resources. So I think this is a good service delivery motion that should be supported.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. All those in favour of Councillor Martin's amendment? Against? So that amendment has been successful. One?
Can we have a division on that?
Yes, we can have a division.
I'm all over the shop with where people are coming from. I need to remember.
Yep, all those in favour? Councillor Tapanos, Martin, Abood, and everyone else. Riley, Dorney, Davidson, Carly-Hannon and Bolton. And against, Councillors Yildiz, Kavanagh and Irfan Lee. I tell you what, anyone who says this council is loaded one way or another just doesn't pay enough attention, because we're flexible here and it's good. But it's worth noting that there are 17, so 12 more to go. I think we need to think about what we're doing tomorrow night or just put the accelerator on. Councillor Martin.
Yes, apologies. So the next item is to amend the action item 3 timing to say ongoing, beginning with 2 or 3 closures completed in 2019-20, which is what currently exists in the strategy, and then asks and 10 to be completed by 22-23. And so this isn't predetermining what year it'll happen, but it is saying putting that forward target in there.
Okay, so Councillor Bolton, who's been seconding your amendments, has left the chamber, so I'll second it for this.
Is there any opposition? I can't second it.
Yeah, thanks. So I'll second Councillor Martin's amendment, and maybe we'll just keep it simple with the...
See if anyone's objecting to it.
Is anyone objecting to it? Okay, so Councillor Martin, if you'd like to speak.
Yep, no problems. I'll try and be succinct. So essentially what this does is it strengthens our commitment beyond 1920 to make sure that the elements that we've included in the MITs is continued all the way through to 22-23. It sets a target, it sets a goal. One of the things that is often criticised by residents in our strategies is not having forward-looking targets and goals. What this does is it says that we're going to be doing this in 2019-20, and we're going to continue doing this until 22-23.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. I'll reserve the right to speak.
Mayor, can I move a procedure with the motion be put?
Absolutely. All those in favour of the motion being put? Against? Excellent. Sorry, Councillor Bolton.
I
So-
don't even hear arguments for and against. Great.
Okay, so I'll ask all those in favour of Councillor Martin's amendment. In favour of Councillor Martin's amendment that says amendments action 3, timing to say ongoing beginning with 2 or 3, etc. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Declare that carried. Declare that carried. Next.
Next item is now this one is talking about 30 km/h speed limits. This will probably be debated, so I'll leave that for the moment. But it's actually saying that we progressively reduce speed limits to 30 k's an hour with a cut-off at Moreland Road. So everything south of Moreland Road, we will progressively look to reduce the speed limits to 30 kilometres an hour.
Happy to second. Would you like to speak to the amendment, proposed amendment?
Yes. So essentially, we had this, except it was applying to all of the city in our original draft that was removed from it. Essentially, what we're saying here is we're recognising that a large majority of streets, of local roads, non-arterial roads, I might add, below Moreland Road, you can't go more than 30 k's an hour anyway. And so what we're doing is we're essentially saying in those areas south of Moreland Road, we're going to progressively from south to north reduce the speed limit. In the midst, it has a great deal of detail, and because of trying to expedite things, I'm not going to go over that. But 30 kilometres an hour saves lives. We know that, we've seen the evidence. 30 k's an hour can be the difference between serious life-changing injuries and not. And I really think that a lot of residents have expressed concerns with people rat running and speeding through our side streets. And this is one measure in a suite of tools that we could implement that guarantees change in the south of our city.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. As the seconder, I just want to draw attention to the fact that it says there are no resource, cost or policy implications to this amendment. Against? Councillor Kavanagh?
Yep. Councillor Martin's right. In the draft, we removed reference to the 30 k's. Through the consultation period, we've reached in the midst that's before us tonight what I think is a good compromise, which says 12-month trial, 2 selected areas in which residents would like to have the 30 k's and to report back to council within 12 months. I think that's a good compromise, and then see how we go after those 2 trials. I think it's fair, I think it's reasonable, and so that's why I'll be supporting the substantive motion, the original officer report for that.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. 4? Councillor Riley?
Just quickly, living in the south, I support this because I get people contacting me regularly about this kind of issue, and we've heard some passionate questions tonight about the same issue on some of our arterial roads. This is about our local roads. The other issue that is really important, and I would have thought being germane to the budget, and everyone's very concerned about how much money we're spending, that by rolling out a 30k rollout, you save an enormous amount of infrastructure. You don't have to put in speed humps. You don't have to put in extra curbing on your curbs to slow those big, SUVs that bound around the corners and knock people over. By actually introducing a whole culture across the city without any of that infrastructure, you're saving money. You're actually improving livability, walkability, and all the other things that go with it. It just seems to me that if London and the UK can do it, and they're rolling out 20 k's an hour, 20 miles per hour, not k's, but if they can do it, we can do it. This is a saving lives. It's saving lots of expense. So when you're trying to, every time we cut into the tarmac or the concrete, it costs us thousands, indeed tens of thousands of dollars any time you see that happening. So we'll be saving literally hundreds of thousands. I'd boldly suggesting we'll be going into the millions of dollars. And in terms of an economic argument, I think that's a pretty strong one for safety and getting 30. And it's actually meeting the community needs. This is what the community want. I'm getting nods from the gallery, as I say.
Thank you, Councillor Riley.
Can I speak against, please? When you say south of Moreland Road, so you're saying essentially Melville Road could potentially be a 30-kilometre stretch?
Melville's an arterial.
Yeah, okay. Well, Victoria Street then, going from Melville Road to Sydney Road, that's going to be 30 kilometres. We've got 50 kilometres in suburban streets. It gets reduced down to 40 kilometres during school times. So you now want to go down to 30 kilometres down Victoria Street. I just think that's not what the community want. Fair enough, there might be some people here tonight that want that, but I'd love to really consult with the community as effectively as we could, not with a particular group of people, but the entire community, because I can't see Victoria Street going down to 30 k's.
I just wanted to ask a question. Just want to clarify, south of Moreland Road.
Yeah, so south of Moreland Road and not the arterials where a lot of those 50 to 40 exist. This is for local roads.
Okay, 4?
I'd put the motion be put.
Yep, we'll take that to a vote. All those in favour of the motion being put?
Was there a seconder to that motion?
Oh, sorry, I'm happy to second it. Oh, well, Councillor Kavanagh has seconded that Alia Farnley's motion that this amendment be put, the vote be put. So all those in
Actually,
favour...
I'm sorry, I don't think I'm allowed to second because I've spoken into the debate.
I'll second.
Yeah. Because you're not allowed to.
That's okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. So Councillor Farnley moved that the motion for the amendment be put. Councillor Davidson seconded that. We'll now vote on the motion being put. Thank you. And that's carried. Against?
I want a division.
Is this the motion being?
You want a division or a motion to be put?
You can't have a division on a procedural.
No.
Thank you.
It's a motion being put.
Let's go to the vote.
Okay, so all those in favour of Councillor Martin's amendment about advocating for reduction in speed limits on roads south of Moreland Road that are local to 30k. Against?
Not just advocating the point.
Councillor Tapanos, would you like a division on that?
Well, if we had adequate debate, I might have changed my mind, but no, I'm happy with that.
1, 2, 3, 4 councillors spoke. That's lost.
Lost.
Yeah, like a division.
Councillor Riley, Councillor Martin, you want a division?
Yep.
Okay, good. So all those in favour of that amendment to advocate to the state government?
No.
It's progressively
replaced. It's to replace. It's not as
Sorry.
No, that's what we do.
Okay, all those in favour of the amendment? Not even that confusing. Councillors Martin, Abood, Riley, Dorney and Bolton. Riley, Abood, Martin, Dorney and Bolton. Against? Yildiz, Tapanos, Kavanagh, Farnley, Davidson, with their hand so high up. And Carly Hannon. Don't leave. So that amendment was lost.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Next on the list, this is another one that was removed previously, slightly amended compromise version. So this is advocate for continued reduction of speed limits on arterial roads in Moreland, especially near schools, hospitals, activity centres, transport interchanges, pedestrian areas and along cycling corridors, while ensuring that there is at least 10 kilometres an hour difference between the arterial and abutting local roads to discourage traffic using local roads.
Councillor Bolton is seconding Councillor Martin's amendment. Councillor Martin?
We got against?
I think we probably do. Councillor Tapanos?
Can we just check?
I'm not against this one.
No one's against?
Incorporate it, let's go.
Okay, so I'd like to ask for a motion that this be put. We have a mover or a seconder and nobody speaking to it. So we'll vote on whether this proposed amendment be put. All those in favour?
If you need a seconder for that, I'm happy to second.
Thank you, sorry. Councillor Kavanagh has seconded the motion that the motion be put, that the amendment be put. Voting on. Yep.
It's all right, just like-
Yeah, yeah. So all those in favour of this being put? Against? Okay, so councillor Yildiz, we are now going to vote on the latest amendment, which is advocate for continued reduction of speed limits on arterial roads in Moreland, especially near schools, hospitals, activity centres, transport, interchanges, pedestrian, etc., etc. So all those in favour of this amendment? Against? I declare that carried.
Have a division. Sorry. Last
Okay.
one I call last one.
Yep, so all those in favour? And that's everybody except councillor Yildiz.
I wasn't given the opportunity to actually hear everything, so.
We didn't debate it, it was put.
I didn't debate it
Yeah,
at all.
when you came in, we voted to put it.
Can I abstain then, please?
Yeah, sure. So councillor Yildiz would like to abstain. That's fine.
Okay, next amendment.
We're up to 8.
Up to number 8, next amendment. This is the exact same for action 11. What it's doing is setting a minimum 200 bike spaces per annum. So I'll read it out for everyone. Provide bike parking for at least 200 bikes per annum within activity centres and buffer zones at key public locations, catering for all bike shapes and sizes, including family bikes, e-bikes, cargo bikes, and bikes with trailers. And then a second point attached to that is prepare a business case for the 1920 budget process for an additional $40,000 for bicycle parking. So we are referring the second point, so it's sort of action point 1 and point 2. The second point, which is prepare a business case, we're referring that to the budget process.
Okay. Councillor Bolton, will you be seconding this?
Be happy to.
Yep. Councillor Bolton will second the proposed amendment. Are there any councillors who would like to debate, like, is there any dissent about this amendment? Yep. Okay, so councillor Martin, I'll get you to speak in support of your amendment, and then maybe I'll go straight to councillor Afanley, and then unless anyone's dying to speak, we might vote on it.
Yep, so essentially, currently council installs about 100 bike spaces per annum. The reason why I put this in is I've been speaking with some residents with disability mobility issues. Their concern is that we're going to have a flood of bicycles in the city that are going to be tied to trees and poles, and they're going to be crowding footpaths. And so what this motion is seeking to achieve is to make sure that our footpaths aren't crowded with bikes, so people who are pushing prams or in a wheelchair can actually get through. We are reaching a point of saturation for the hoops in the city, and so eventually what we'll be doing is moving these into other areas where officers think are appropriate to be putting additional bike parking. So this is primarily concerned with accessibility and mobility, because we're going to have an influx of bicycles with the adoption of this strategy.
Thank you, councillor Martin. Councillor Afanley, against?
This is consistent with the other motions. This goes to the budget process. Let this go through to the budget process where we can determine whether we want to allocate an additional $40,000 to provide an additional 100 of these spots in activity centres. So I'd rather vote against this at the moment. Doesn't mean that we're against the actual motion of doing this, but at the budget process, we can actually debate which items we want to bring forward or not.
So it is referring to the budget process. Sorry for clarification.
Prepare a business case for.
But no, it's clearly articulating provide bike parking for at least 200 bikes per annum. So it's not just preparing a business case, it's asking for us to do it.
Okay, that's good. I'm going to put it to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillor Martin.
So the next one is looking at the level of investment in behaviour change. And so again, this is asking for a business case to go to the budget process. It is seeking in the 1920 budget process the 200K plus 2 additional ongoing FTE in 1920. And if I have a seconder, I'm happy to elaborate.
I've got a question I want to ask, so it might be better if someone else seconds.
Yep, sure. Well, I'm happy to second it. Would you like to ask your question before we debate it?
Yeah, because maybe it might be answered in the speaking to the amendment. My question is, what sort of things you envisage the behaviour change staff member would do? Because I don't see how you can get behaviour change unless that position is also part of public transport advocacy.
Yeah, so again, this is kind of stepping into what the actual resource will be doing. And I've tried to word it so we won't be actually dictating what exactly the resource is doing within the team. It'll fall into the ESD team. And the rationale for this is really looking at the huge amount of work that's contained in this strategy. And throughout the document, it refers to the behaviour change officer to essentially roll out a significant number of schemes in here. Potentially, they may be looking at advocacy, they may be looking at parking, at bikes. There's a huge number of things within the strategy that refer to the behaviour change resource. To expect one resource to be completing the entire MITS is almost borderline lunacy in my mind. I just cannot see how one additional resource is going to deal with this huge volume of work that we're asking them to do. We haven't gone down the path of adding in KPIs to every single element of this strategy because that is massive overreach. We want flexibility for officers to be able to do that. We're going to see the business case be prepared and brought forward through the budget process.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Tapanos?
Thank you. I praised Councillor Martin earlier on this evening on a very cleverly crafted motion. This one is not, because this one clearly talks about staffing levels. It talks about 2 staffing levels and even tells us how much we're going to pay the people. So, look, the proper process would be for council to make policy decisions like a report be presented in regards to behaviour change programs with financial implications and let the organisation come to us and tell us what they need as far as resourcing, as far as staff, to deliver on that policy. This is not that. This is a decision to employ not 1 but 2 staff and pay them $200,000. Now, I'm not sure if Councillor Martin's a HR expert. I'm not sure where he got 200 from. Why not 180 or 220? I don't know what these staff are going to be doing apart from the words behaviour change programs. It's just not good governance once more. Really, we should be making policy decisions here. We should be calling for reports to detail behaviour change programs that this council can run. And we should certainly not be dictating things to this level where we not only say we're going to employ 2 staff members and pay them 200. I think I've made my point clear. This should really be withdrawn with a report coming back to council detailing what this service to our community entails and its staffing costs.
So, just want
hang on a sec. Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. I just want to check in with everyone because I don't want this to degenerate into something that happens in Parliament. We're quite civilised in this space, and I think we need to stay really focused on the actual amendments and debating the amendments rather than, getting caught up in sort of personal character assassinations or the like. So I need to... Are you asking to...
I just want to clarify, because there might be confusion, is in here it's not dictating what the officers are being paid. There are 2 separate lines. So originally it says 100K per year to deliver programs. This is to up that by 100K. And it also says 1 resource currently. So if council is happy, I'm happy to leave out the additional resource, but increase the 200 to 200K. So they're two separate elements within the amendment.
Does that change your position, Councillor Tapanos?
No.
Okay, that's good, just clarifying. So we've had against Councillor for Councillor Martin's amendment. Okay, I think what I'm going to do. Oh, sorry. Did you want to say?
Just quickly, yeah. I mean, I think it's fairly clear that if councillors and the general public who are watching, that this, as Councillor Martin pointed out, we have resources. This is detailed in the plan that we are doing behaviour change of around 100,000. So I think those concerns around program and governance have been fleshed out in the documentation, and what we're attempting to do is to improve that because of the amount of work that needs to be done. It's particularly around the transport strategy, but there are also other behaviour change programs we'll be running as well around waste and zero carbon emissions. So I think this is commendable.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. I just want to check in if you really feel you need to speak to it so that we can kind of...
There's been two in favour. I'd like to just balance.
Sure.
I just wanted to point out a couple of things here. This is actually additional resources.
Yep.
So it's already been funded, it's additional resources. That's what it's calling for. And that, because of that, I don't support it because, again, resourcing decisions should be left to the organisation and should be determined in the chamber here. Secondly, again, it's predetermining increasing budget for MITS before we actually go through the budget process. So yes, it's providing a business case for it, but that can be done during the budget process. So
Thank you.
Voting against.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Afanley. So I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour of Councillor Martin's amendment? Against? Anybody need a division? Declare that lost. Sorry. It's a bit informal of me. So that was lost. Councillor Martin.
So this is the next one is amending Action 14 to say beginning as soon as locations of highest demand for long-term parking fees are determined. So all this is doing is like one of the previous amendments. It's just bringing it forward to as soon as it's ready to go, we get on with the job. We don't just wait around for a couple of years until it appears in the budget process. We have significant cash reserves at this council where we could fund many of these programs that have a payback to council. So I don't see any harm in letting these things happen as soon as they're ready to go.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Bolton, are you?
I'm happy to.
Yeah, Councillor Bolton will second Councillor Martin's amendment. Do you need to speak to it further? Is there anyone that would like to speak against Councillor Tapanos?
Yeah, so this one being specifically around fee parking, and my reading of the strategy was that a lot of the fee parking decisions will be made at a later stage and will be subject to a resolution of this council. So if this is seeking to put a timeline into when we introduce such things as $10 paid parking on Sydney Road or other areas, then I don't think it is right to amend it and say as soon as possible. I think the right thing to do would be to have a proper report prepared and a proper decision with all of the information before us and a decision made in this open chamber. So if this is seeking to put that kind of timeline in the policy where there was none, then no, I certainly don't support this, because there would be a lot of people who specifically want to be consulted in regards to those parking meters and where they go and how fee parking occurs in our city. And I don't think we should be rushing the implementation of it.
Councillor Martin, would you like the right of reply?
I would. So what this is doing is we're not going to skip out on the consultation process. It's just saying that when it's ready to go to consultation, we'll do it. We're not seeking to cut anyone out or fast track anything here. I think it's very misleading to insinuate that. What we're doing is we're just saying that there are areas in the city that are going to be impacted quicker than others. And if this is a tool that we can use, I don't see why we should wait 2 or 3 years to roll it out.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. So I just want to give me. Sorry, just to clarify that Councillor Martin didn't speak to the amendment at the beginning of the debate. So I shouldn't have called that the right of reply because you didn't speak at the beginning and there is no option for a right of reply during putting of an amendment. So I think we'll call that one against and one for in the wrong order, but that's a mistake that I've made and put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that lost. Next.
So the next one, we're on to item number 11, is to delegate authority to council officers to include text in MITs regarding expansion of accessible parking bays and committing to add an additional 10 accessible parking bays in 2019-20 within buffer zones and in close strategic proximity to activity centres, to be reviewed by officers after 12 months to determine if this should be doubled in 2020 and 21. So this is additional accessible parking bays in the buffer zones abutting the activity centres.
And I'm happy to second it. So is there anyone that would like to speak against this amendment? Okay, so I'm going to put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Next point, adding an additional point that officers, so this should probably go at the end, and that is that officers make all necessary changes to MITs and parking strategy attachments to reflect all of the amendments today. So that'll probably come at the end. So this is just a procedural tidy up one.
Okay.
I'm happy to second
Yep.
that as a...
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Kavanagh. All those in favour? Against? I declare that amendment carried.
So the next item is talking about roundabouts, to delegate authority to council officers to include text in MITs to commit to not installing any new roundabouts. I'm happy to elaborate if I have a second.
I'll second it.
So this has come in where some residents have raised concerns, particularly cyclists. Roundabouts are an incredible hazard for cyclists in our city, and I know anyone who's probably ridden a bike through a roundabout, you are rolling the dice every time you go into a roundabout in this city and outside. We have situations where the line markings kind of drop off, and then you've got to try and wedge in with cars. It's an extreme hazard for cyclists, and what this is doing is it's saying that we're prioritising the safety of cyclists in our city, and we're going to commit to not installing any new ones moving forward.
As a seconder, I just want to highlight that this, the implications, there are none. This is consistent with what we're currently doing. It's just formalising the fact that we've not installed any roundabouts for 5 years due to safety implications for pedestrians and cyclists. Anyone like to speak against?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Was this a subject of the draft MITs that went out to consultation? Has the community had an opportunity to comment on this?
So just through the Mayor, I can confirm it wasn't part of the draft.
Anyone like to speak against? Councillor Tapanos.
Yes, I think it's quite obvious. Today we are in a process, a final process of adopting a very important strategy, one that has been the subject of community consultations. There are many, many things that I would like to move, and many more amendments that I would like to move right here, right now. I don't though, because the proper process would be to flag those things and have the community consult and tell us their feedback. I don't know what the view is about roundabouts. It's certainly a common traffic measure treatment that I see everywhere. I don't know if the move of this amendment or second are traffic engineers. I haven't had the information from our officers in regards to this. I haven't had community input for this. I really reiterate, and it's not the first time I'm doing it tonight, that I'm disappointed with the process here and the way decision-making is being done. And I think this one is another example of bad governance, bad process, lack of consultation. You may be correct. It may be a worthwhile thing to ban roundabouts, but I just don't think a decision should be made on the run without consultation at the last stage of a strategy when it wasn't flagged originally.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Bolton.
Oh, actually, you've got an amendment, haven't you?
Oh, that's coming up next one.
There's an amendment to this one?
No, it's the next one.
Oh, is it? Okay. Okay, I thought for sure it was an amendment to this one. I'd just like to say very briefly, I mean, while I am a bit nervous about something that is as categoric as no new roundabouts, my understanding as a council has moved away from installing roundabouts because of the safety issues. And I mean, you know, maybe some roundabouts might not seem so safe, dangerous until they start to become busy. And certainly, I mean, there's some terrible ones, like the one on Sussex Street, which I've been campaigning around, which is so dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists. It's just really disaster area. So, yeah, I think while I am nervous about things that are really categorical like this, I'd like to support this on the basis of safety issues.
Okay, so that's 1 against and 1 for. So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against?
I want to vote in favour, sorry.
Sure, so all those for? Against? So I declare that carried.
The next item, we're at 14 now for those in the gallery, is talking about the standards for road markings going forward. Ensure that as part of the development of the new 10-year bicycle program to be reported at the May 2019 council meeting, there is an annual allocation to progressively improve road markings / infrastructure for cyclists and pedestrians at existing roundabouts.
Councillor Bolton is seconding.
Can I just add another, I would like to add another form of words, or I'm not sure that I can do that because I'm the mover, but I've actually circulated some words, which I thought just by way of explanation.
The words are there. The words are on it.
Oh, the words are there.
I think they relate to the previous amendment, Mark.
There was a last,
The most dangerous of the
yes, that's just been added on, thank you.
That line markings, the previous one at roundabouts.
No, but this
is line marking at roundabouts.
In roundabouts.
And work to replace the most dangerous existing. So it's just complementing. They're both about roundabouts. But.
Okay, so what we're doing now is Councillor Bolton has seconded that motion, which is that proposed amendment, which is up there on the screen. Councillor Martin.
Yeah. So this is for clarification. What this is doing is it's referring the matter of detail to the bicycle program rather than the MITS. It's more appropriate in there, and so it's just flagging that as part of that May 2019 report that when we note that an existing roundabout is dangerous for cyclists and pedestrians, that we put in the appropriate road marking going forward.
Anyone like to speak against it? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Oh, declare that carried unanimously.
2 more from me. Really? So the next point is notes that council officers...
Hang on a sec. Number 15 is actually Councillor Bolton.
Yep, sorry.
So just to keep the order of what we've got in our hands, I'll ask Councillor Bolton to please put her amendment.
So my amendment is to delegate authority to council officers to include text in MITS to investigate using council's community bus to run free or cheap 10-minute shuttle trips in Fawkner.
Are you happy to, oh, sorry, does that have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor Afanley, Councillor Bolton?
My reason for proposing this is because Fawkner, I think, is one of the worst areas of Moreland for public transport. If MITS gets passed, there will be a reduction in parking of 20% in that neighbourhood centre. There's already a really angsty situation around the Bonwick Street shops because of lack of parking, which wasn't an issue 5 or 6 years ago. But there's also lack of public transport, even moving between the north and the south of Fawkner. So I'd like to see council be proactive with its community bus, which we have, and investigate the possibilities of a shuttle bus in Fawkner, with the idea of encouraging people out of cars onto public transport.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Anyone like to speak against this? Councillor Kavanagh?
I'm fully supportive of more public transport in Fawkner. I teach in Fawkner. I agree that it's badly serviced for public transport. But I don't agree that council should be taking on the responsibility of what state governments should be doing. We shouldn't be running a bus service. We've been advocating for improved bus services. I can see state government saying, well, why should we do it? You're doing it already. Why should we bother? Right? And that's, to me, is unacceptable.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. I'll put that to the vote. We've had one each way. All those in favour of Councillor Bolton's amendment? Against? I declare that amendment lost. Councillor Riley?
None.
Martin.
Moving back.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's quite easy to. So
nearly there.
Almost there. Last two. This one is adding an additional resolution that says notes that council officers will organise a meeting with representatives from the Brunswick Residents Network, Victoria Walks, and Moreland Bicycle Users Group in early April to discuss the draft 10-year program of bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure planned to be presented to the May 2019 council meeting.
An amendment to that.
Yeah.
It's just worth clarifying. So it's just worth clarifying something really quickly. So this was put up with a smaller with that number of stakeholders. I think there has been a request from Councillor Bolton to broaden that, and also then a request from Councillor Dorney to shape that. So I wonder whether, just through the Mayor, it's worth hearing the two proposals and then allowing the mover to finalise what that is.
That's fine.
In order to then put that to the vote.
Well done.
So fine. And should someone else second MITS? Because you're not.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to second Councillor Martin's proposed amendment. So that's me. Councillor Bolton, would you like to make your comments about that amendment?
Yes, I do feel a broader one is necessary, and I think Councillor Dorney also has one which would be acceptable to me. I mean, what I was going to move was that there will be a community meeting in early April involving Brunswick Residents Network, Sustainable Fawkner, Bicycle Users Group, could add in Victoria Walks, and advertised to the public and local via the council website and council page in the Leader, and to local school communities, so that there can be community involvement in the setting of priorities.
And Councillor Dorney, what was your proposal?
So my proposal was, originally I had those key stakeholder groups after discussions with those groups. And then speaking with Sue in the need to have further community consultation, speaking to Nick's points tonight around there's been a whole heap of work done by the community here in the detail, and I think we need to, there'll be huge value in bringing the community in before that May deadline. I just am actually concerned that we're being too directive in who we are actually making officers consult with in this alternative recommendation now, and I'm wondering if we can just say key stakeholders with the point, Sue's additional point, and then figure out the detail through a list and make sure we've got everyone and we're not missing anyone, and have a conversation about that.
I'm happy for it to say key stakeholders, and then add in the words around the advertising. I'm happy for that.
May I just add something through the Mayor? What we can also do is circulate who we're proposing as well. So it doesn't need to be in a resolution, it just then allows further input so we don't miss people.
Okay, are there any?
Speak to it?
Yes?
I think...
Well, actually, hang on a sec. Is there anyone that wants to speak against it? Right, so I think I'll just put it to the vote if that's okay, Councillor Bolton, just because some of us might have wanted to speak.
As long as we can be consulted about who the stakeholders are.
Yeah, we'll just double check what the words are there. Do you feel satisfied with that, Councillor Bolton?
Well, yeah, but I just, as long as we're consulted, because I think there's one stakeholder which we're likely to miss out if we aren't consulted.
Yep, I think that was the idea of not naming everyone. So I think that's covered in there. Are you happy to put that as the amendment?
Happy to put that as amendment.
Okay, so I'm just going to put this to the vote. All those in favour of that amendment? Against? Declare that carried. So that's been added to the substantive. Last one?
Last one from me, and is around making data publicly available. So this one states, Council conduct a 12-month trial of making Council's transport data publicly available on its website in order to understand the demand for this data and associated resourcing implications. The trial will include promotion of the web page to traffic engineers and Vic Roads and key community stakeholders.
Okay. Councillor Kavanagh. Anyone like to speak against that particular amendment, proposed amendment? No, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. We have a substantive motion.
Wow.
Believe it or not, some of us know what's going on. Or not, just a minute.
So there's point 18.
Oh, yep.
We covered, but then there was point 19, which might be whether Councillor Bolton wants to include her amendment, including the buses should run from first train to last.
Yep, okay. So just clarifying there that there were two more on the latest copy, which I had in email, not on my printed sheet here. So Councillor Bolton, just confirming with you that number 18 has been combined into the number 17, which is to do with, go for it.
So just through the Mayor, so Councillor Bolton had the additional words about listing a whole range of stakeholders.
Yep.
That was at
So
row
that's
18, so
superseded
that's
by
been
that
dealt
motion?
with. But there's one more, that was from Councillor Bolton, which is to do with that buses should run from the first train to last train, that item. So it's a
Yeah.
question of whether you want to move that
Yeah, I
as
do want
amendment.
to move that.
And then we're done.
Thanks, it's been a long discussion, so I'd almost forgotten I'd moved another amendment. So the key...
Hang on, we'll just get you a seconder.
Yeah, I'm happy to second.
Yep, Councillor Kavanagh, thank you.
So this is to amend point 8 of the MIT's implementation plan regarding public transport. So the changes are that with regard to the improved frequency and span of hours bus services, that we add the words at the end, including that buses should run from first train and tram to last train and tram in a 24-hour period. Then the next dot point, where it talks about improved reliability for bus and tram services, I want to add in improved reliability for train services as well. And then an extra dot point, which I missed out I realised when I emailed it through, increased frequency of nighttime trams and trains.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Is there anyone that would like to speak against
And
this?
the rest of the motion is the same.
Yep, against this amendment? No, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? I declare that carried. Okay, now we have a substantive motion with a whole bunch of amendments that some have been won and some have been lost. And I've heard Councillor Riley and councillor Dorney speak to the substantive motion. Is there anyone that would like to speak against the substantive motion?
Against minutes.
Against the minutes.
Well, I'm probably going to abstain. I'll start by detailing some of the positives, and a lot of the positives we haven't actually discussed tonight, but they are in the report, and I encourage residents to read those. But overall, amidst that includes the process of creating an amendment to have no parking in developments is amidst that I don't think is worth supporting. The positives, which do call for more protection for our residents by having more restrictions within activity centres, is welcomed. The positives that call for more traffic calming measures is welcomed. The positives that call for trialling of more speed reduction is welcomed. There are a lot of positives, but I will be not supporting the policy based on that one key element, which I do think is critically important to the way our city is shaped into the future. I'll reiterate that I think we need to be very careful about how we manage traffic in our city. I think the process that we've gone through today has been less than ideal from a process perspective. I think more work should have been done to eliminate some of the amendments, to find consensus, to have things properly consulted upon from the community. I think this strategy as it stands really should go out to public consultation again. It is a significant policy. It is a radical policy, I would say, and it would radically change traffic, congestion, car ownership in our city, and it deserves one last piece of work, and that is to put it out in this form for consultation. I just want to say that we all know where we want to go. We all have the same objective, and that is to get people out of their cars and using public transport and cycling more and being and walking more and being pedestrians. But overall, when I look at this strategy and think about what are the positives in regards to advocating for more public transport, for talking about how we can make our streets better for pedestrians by having more street furniture, for example, more lighting. When I think of an integrated transport strategy, I think about how we talking about pedestrians and cyclists and cars. And really, I think this policy, this focus, has been less on the incentives and more on just make it difficult for people to drive. And I think the balance is not right.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor to speak for? Councillor Carly Hannon?
Yep. So I think a lot of the positives of this strategy have already been discussed tonight, but something that constantly gets raised and has been raised a number of times tonight and will be a really crucial part to this strategy being successful going forward is the fact that we don't control all the elements of the road system and the transport system in this state. And so it's going to be very important for us as a council to work collaboratively with the state government and even with the federal government, as we're seeing them putting more and more into this kind of infrastructure as well. And I think that that takes reflection from all of us on council to recognise that we have to actually work together, walk at the same time and be in conversation with each other to be agreeing and understanding and not just be combative, because otherwise we achieve nothing for our community. Thank you.
Against? I think probably everyone wants to speak. Councillor Kavanagh, I saw your hand in the air.
Just briefly, because I know it's been a long debate, but first of all, regarding the process, I think the process tonight has been outstanding. Okay, so can I say that with every amendment being moved and debated, yes, it took a amount of time, but it could have easily been the mover and the seconder just saying that's acceptable, and it gets put in the substantive motion, and there'd be many things in the substantive motion that many people wouldn't would have wanted. So I think actually the process was absolutely excellent, and I can thank you for that. All right. Number two. on the actual point itself, there's been enormous consultation. When I was the mayor, I wrote 40,000 letters to every single household that be directly affected by the events of tonight. Every single household, 40,000 letters went out. Now, I know that when this is endorsed and when it starts to be implemented, many people will say, we didn't know. You know, and look, I'm sympathetic to that in one sense, but in another sense, I think, come on, actually take an interest in what's going on until it actually happens to physically affect you in a particular thing. You would have got a letter, etc. You would have got information, and yet you choose to ignore it until it actually affects you. Yes, the people we've heard from are those that are engaged, but that's the right of the people that get involved. That's the right of the people that get involved. They are engaged, and therefore they get the benefits associated with that. And that's how democracy works. But certainly people have been informed in this. There's no doubt about it. Our officers have gone overboard in doing so. And in doing that, I want to congratulate our officers, particularly Alex, and your great work there. Congratulations on an incredible amount of effort for many, many months. All right? To be congratulated on that. And yes, sometimes pointing out individual officers isn't right, but in this occasion, it has to be done because it was an outstanding effort. Also, there are many things in this that are actually about improving livability. Yes, it talks about mode shift. It talks a lot about mode shift, but it's talking about improving the livability of this city. That's what it's about, right? That's more than anything. This idea that we're suddenly going to have developments where there's going to be no car parking, that is not what it's saying. It's saying you can have developments with no car parking, but you may not. You might have developments where your community tells you that you need car parking. So I think that's a bit of a misdemeanor. I really think that this deserves endorsement, and I'll be supporting it tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Who else? Councillor Martin.
I'm happy to. And I thank my fellow councillors for bearing with me through the amendment process. I do agree with Councillor Kavanagh's sentiment. We chose to go through these one by one to make sure that council as a group were happy with the substantive. The huge amount of work over the last 18 months by officers in this strategy, it should be acknowledged, and I echo those sentiments also. What we have here is a huge strategy that focuses on congestion, it focuses on human health, it focuses on livability, it focuses on safety, and it focuses on the decarbonisation of our transport sector. This strategy right here is Victoria, if not Australian, leading in its approach, in the direction that it is taking. I don't know how many times I've been told to look after roads, rates and rubbish as a councillor. I can tell you that I'm very interested in rubbish, and I know many people in this room know that I'm interested in rubbish. Well, I can say that we are really taking steps to address the roads element in this strategy tonight. What this strategy does is it looks to improve air quality for our residents, reducing asthma, the carcinogenic particulate emissions that are coming from car manufacturers that have been lying to people right across the world. It is a targeted attempt to reduce the impacts of climate change by decarbonising our transport sector, which is so often overlooked at a state and federal level. I don't even think it makes it to I don't know, even into any of their documents. And it is a targeted attempt to improve the health and well-being of residents in our city, while providing the support to members of our community through a series of these amendments that need it. It sends signals through advocacy, and it really addresses the impact to many, many residents from all walks of life, from families, pensioners, couples, you name it. With this policy, kids are going to be able to play cricket in the street again. We're going to hopefully see significant reductions in injury in this city. And you look at page 20 of the strategy, there are a huge number of people that are impacted by injury in this city, and it is something that this strategy will address. And so we have the option to be bold and we have the option to be leaders right now, and I strongly encourage my fellow councillors to support this strategy.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Next. Anyone else? I'll speak to it as well. There's been some comments made about the fact that this is, actually, I won't start there, I'll start back here. So when this council was elected, there are 11 of us, the first piece of work that we were asked to do together was to develop the council plan. It was the beginning of the 4-year term, and we sat down together and had a bunch of workshops and were engaged, and we developed a council plan, and it had some strategic objectives, the second of which was for us to promote a progressive city. Now, under those strategic objectives were key priorities, and the second key priority reads like this: facilitate a demonstrable shift to more sustainable modes of transport that also targets a long-term reduction in car use. Now, occasionally this council is accused of being Greens dominated, and I think that we have shown that in fact that isn't the case. We have 4 Greens, we have 4 legitimate independents, and then we have 2 ALP and 1 Socialist Alliance councillors. We don't always agree, we don't always vote the same way, but we have all sat down and agreed on this piece of work, which was developed at the beginning of the council term. Now, for me personally, I was one of those people who was lied to about their big fat diesel Volkswagen, and I've been terrified about the idea of riding down the upfield bike path on my clunky old Gazelle that didn't have a battery and getting grabbed, like actually happened in the city, and luckily that person was rescued by somebody, which is great. There are some real fears that I had about whether my 3 kids would be able to take on board riding bikes, which is just absolutely ridiculous in hindsight. But when I was elected to the mayoralty, I had the option of taking a car or doing what other councillors have done in the past, which was to get an electric bike. So I think that if someone like me, I'm a 47-year-old mother of 3 boys, can adopt regular usage of an e-bike, which involves me riding the kids to school. Now they just take off and I have to catch up to them, even with the battery. And the confidence that I have on that bike, which means that I ride all over the city, and many, many times, most times, I'm putting the brakes on to slow down for cars who are caught in traffic. And I was that car, and I was caught in that traffic, and I'm 100% sure that this city is up for this. I need to acknowledge a million times over that not everyone is going to be able to transition the way I did, that some people will absolutely rely on full-time use of their cars, but some of us should not be in cars. We should be using other methods of transport, and I was one of those people. It's been totally liberating for me. I'm fitter, I'm faster, I'm so proud of myself, and my kids are riding their bikes. So I'm definitely endorsing this substantive motion. Would you like to, the right of reply?
Yep, I'll do a quick summary, and just want to start by saying that this policy is shifting the balance in our city. It's been weighted way too much for cars and all the pollution, the noise, the damage, the accidents they cause. We just had a dreadful one on Sydney Road and Bell Street this morning. You know, we can go on about that, but I just think we're shifting the balance to those active transport modes that we talked about, and I just want to reiterate that. It aligns with our climate emergency stance and all of the things we're doing there. Roads make up most of our open space in this city. That is a problem, and we need to free those roads up to enhance and make our city livable and more a cooler city with more shade, more pleasant, and all the sorts of things council has been saying. And I think that this policy will give us a chance to move in that direction. For a moment there, I thought we were going back to the future and it was going to be a rerun of 2013 where we're going to have a lack of a move. But I'm really pleased to say that I continually am amazed at the quality of the debates and the people that I have to share this role with, of the councillors, because you keep surprising me. I'm very surprised this evening. I was also wondering there for a minute, was this actually the same council that was in here 2 weeks ago when we passed an 1,100 seat cinema with zero parking, and then we had some councillors get up and argue against that kind of strategy. But in the end, the debate won the day, and we've got a policy that's going to see us allowing developers to reduce the amount of car parking they provide at the same time. We have held off on demanding more payment for parking. We aren't going to do that right away. We will do it later. I'm a bit disappointed that some of the amendments tonight didn't give us the technology to do that better and to get that money flowing. I'm interested that that's a position that some councillors are taking, and I look forward to further debates on that. The responses in the surveys were about 70% around parking when we consulted with people. 37% was about public transport and 35% about biking. I think tonight's debate kind of reflected that a bit. And in conclusion, I just want to say that this decision's about our current community, but it's about our future generations and the communities that are going to live here in the future. I want to congratulate every councillor that's been present and debating this tonight. I want to congratulate every officer who had a hand in this, and it's really tested some of them in the last few days. I know how much time they put in, but I mostly want to congratulate our community for coming with us on this, staying with us, and I hope you'll continue to stay with us in the next couple of months because we need to do more in the realms of pedestrian and biking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Sasha, I hope you're ready. I'd like to put this to the vote. All those in favour? Against? I'd like to declare that carried. And I'd also, thank you, and thanks for staying so long. I'd also like to ask for a division, please. All those in favour? Everyone except Councillor Tapanos, against?
No, abstained.
Abstained, sorry. Thank you. Lucky I asked for a division. So I'd now like to ask for a motion for a 5-minute adjournment. I don't know about anyone else, but thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Riley, all those in favour of a 5-minute break? Against, declare that carried.
I'm Jan. I live in Brunswick East, and I've used Positive Charge to help me find someone to draft-proof my house. Positive Charge have been fantastic. They put me in touch with the company. I asked them to do initially the doors. Later I got them to come back and do the caulking of every gap in the house. I think it's really important to have draft-proofing done because it's one of the major ways that we lose heat from houses. I save on my gas heating, so that benefits me financially, and it's much more comfortable not having any drafts in the house. I would definitely recommend others getting it done, and in fact both of my daughters have had it done through Positive Charge at their houses, and they're very happy with it.
I'm Councillor Natalie Abood, the Mayor of the City of Moreland. I've lived in Moreland for the last 13 years or so. I'm raising 3 little boys with my husband. And spend a lot of time outdoors in the local parklands. I've always been someone who's had a great interest about what's going on around me. So it sort of was a natural thing for me to put my hand up and run for council. I love the fact that you can get so heavily involved in community projects, and there's lots of really active people in the community. I really love the diversity of this city. I find it fascinating that you can be alongside the creek and feel like you could be anywhere from Warrandyte to the Otways. But then you can be in a boutique looking at locally designed clothes or eating some incredible food from pretty much anywhere in the world. I'm really looking forward to developing easier ways for people to get across the city. We really need to make sure that we keep a handle on the way we manage growth, development, transport or waste. We need to make sure that life in the city gets better for the people who live here, and I do feel like it has been. We need to keep a handle on what's happening and make sure needs are being met.
Every club could ask themselves, how am I being inclusive to women and girls? How am I opening our doors and saying, please come in, all abilities, all shapes and sizes. What do you want to be part of? How do you want to be involved? What can we do for you?
When we set up studios in Oven Street, Brunswick, this gallery became a very prominent and important venue for all of the artists in the region. It's the hub, I guess, for all our activity here.
I've been associated with the Brunswick artist community for quite a few decades now, and the Coonahan to me has supported me in a lot of exhibitions over those times. The Coonahan Gallery offers an element of social justice. It's got a great collection. I've donated work to this art collection, and they've bought it in the 80s when I was part of the Red Letter community workshop here. So I feel I'm intricately linked with this gallery.
Since, of course, the gallery was established, it's become a really important cultural scene here with arts and music and cafes and the cafe culture, and it all seems to revolve around this Coonahan Gallery.
I think it's been really supportive of a lot of artists, and hopefully for many years to come.
İsmim Cemal Akdeniz. Avustralya'ya 1974 yılında geldim ve ilk yerleştiğim bölgelerden bir tanesi Brunswick. Moorland bölgesi Türklerin yoğun olarak oturmuş olduğu bir bölgeydi. Bu bölgeye yerleşmemize neden oldu. Tabii ki ilk geldiğimizde dil bilmiyoruz. Bu nedenle dilimizi konuşan insanlarla beraber olmaktan daha doğal bir şey yoktu. O nedenle buraya geldik. Moorland bölgesinde ilk banka memurları Türkçe bilen elemanlar bulundurmaktaydı. Bankaya gider, gaz ödemelerimizi vesaire bilmediğimiz konularda bize çok yardımları dokundu. Bunlar toplumun diğer bölgelerinde oturan Türk toplumunun da Brunswick ve Coburg bölgesine gelmesine büyük imkan sağladı. Erkekler ağır sanayide çalışma durumuna gitmiştik, daha fazla para kazanmak için. Bu bölgede çok tekstil fabrikaları vardı. Eşlerimizde birçoğu tekstil ve yiyecek atölyelerinde, fabrikalarında çalışması için bu bölge bizim tercihimiz olmuştu. Bir Moorland'da geldiğimizde en sevdiğimiz yer Cemal Dayı'nın kahvesi diye bir yer vardı. O kahvenin içerisinde çorba, berber, her şey mevcuttu. O zaman City'ye gittiğiniz zaman saat 5'te, 6'da her taraf kapalı oluyordu. Biz yine bölgemize geldiğimizde Moorland bölgesine işte Türk kahveleri açık oluyordu geç vakit kadar. Orada da arkadaşlarımızla oturup sohbet ederdik, muhabbet ederdik. Biz ilk geldiğimiz zamanlarda bölgede sosyal, kültürel ağırlıklarımızı yönlendirmek için de 1985 yılında Moorland Türk Derneği olarak bir derneğimiz oluştu. Bu dernek ilk başladığında spor aktiviteleri, daha sonraki dönemlerde de kültür değerlerimizin Avustralya toplumlarıyla, Avustralya kültürleriyle daha iç içe yaşamamız için entegre olma yönüne büyük gayret gösterdik. Ve burada da biz dernek olarak başarılı olduğumuzu düşünüyorum. Moreland bölgesine geldiğim için de kendimi çok şanslı hissediyorum. Çünkü çok kültürlülüğü yaşamış oldum bu bölgede. Gayet güzel bir şekilde benim birçok dostlarım, Avustralyalı dostlarımın olduğu gibi göçmen dostlarım var. İtalyanlardan, Yunan göçmenlerinden, Arap göçmenlerinden birçok dostlarımla beraber burada mutluluk içerisinde hep ilişkilerimizi devam ettik.
Victoria's population is growing, and Moreland is growing too. It's estimated that the Melbourne area will grow from 5 to 8 million people in the next few decades. They need to live somewhere. Some will choose to live here in Moreland. It's a great place to live. Moreland Council knows the challenges and opportunities that this increase in population brings. With 43,000 more people living here by 2036, there are important things to consider, plan for and act on. Things like housing, transport, our open spaces and managing the impacts of construction activity. 43,000 new people, or around 18,000 new households, means taller buildings or more buildings on existing blocks. This is not what many of us are used to.
Welcome back, everyone. I've had a request that notice of motion 1119 be brought forward. Councillor Bolton, to duplicate the upfield line.
Yes, okay, better come that. So this is a motion. I'll sort of try and summarise a little bit. For Council to support the campaign to urgently bring forward the duplication of the upfill line, and that the support would include supporting community actions and publicising actions on social media and website, providing free access to a council meeting space, meeting rooms, free of charge for an upfield, and also a free meeting space for a one-off public meeting to be held sometime in 2019, providing free access to meeting spaces and resolving to refer the duplication of the upfill line to the Council Strategic Advocacy Plan for appropriate scoping, research and resourcing, including engaging with the Mayor of the City of Hume, Mayors of the City of Hume, City of Moonee Valley and Lord Mayor of Melbourne, along with other potential advocacy partners to support an advocacy campaign.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Bolton's motion? Councillor Riley.
So the reason I'm putting this forward is because the Metro Tunnel, which is state government's building, is a very critical project. But when it's finished, it won't result in very much improvement of the upfill line. It'll be sort of marginal improvement. And the reason for that is because north of Garry Station, there's only a single track to the end, so trains can't pass each other. So we're not going to get significant improvement on the upfill line until the duplication's done. And we really need that duplication brought forward so that it's done in time for the opening of Metro Rail Tunnel. Where this campaign came from was, it was an initiative of me initially, because I did a public transport petition in Fawkner, found out that a massive number of trains are terminated early at Coburg, leaving everyone in the north stranded, which then creates more traffic coming in to the inner city. So there was an exploratory public, and also then from questions on council, I found out that it is on the list to be done, but not for 15 years and not a definite date. And 15 years is far too long to wait. So we could have done nothing, but I think we need to bring this forward. The community of Mernda managed to bring forward the extension of the line to Mernda by something like 10 years because of a community campaign. What was held in last year was a meeting of some of the different community groups along the length of the line, Broadmeadows Progress Association, Fawkner Residents, Brunswick Residents, MCAT, Climate Action Moreland, Sustainable Fawkner, and public protectors of public lands, and to see if there was interest in a united campaign of everyone up and down the line, because people in the south don't realise the issues in the north and people in the north don't realise the issues in the south. And basically people wanted something to happen. And so a campaign was formed. It's quite new. But I think if we're serious about what we've just passed tonight, about trying to reduce parking, not just parking, driving in the city and car usage and so forth, we have to address this issue. For people in Fawkner and Upfield and Merliston, it's the only public transport route into the city. So it's not, the campaign also is calling for other things as well, like improved bus services, extension of the line to Craigieburn, and stations to be built in Campbellfield and Somerton. But the most critical immediate thing is duplicating the Upfield line. And I think this is a winnable campaign, but it's going to take some effort, and I think a united community campaign of everyone along the length of the line.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Riley, would you like to speak to the motion?
I think Councillor Bolton has spoken very well, and I think this aligns with our policy around already advocacy on public transport and what we've just done with the MITs, so I won't add any further.
Are there any councillors who'd like to speak against this motion? So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously.
Would that be listed as unanimous?
Yep. Can we have that recorded as unanimous, please? Thank you. Okay, I've also had a request that notice of motion 1019 promoting the extremely long walk for climate action on council media platforms be brought forward. Councillor Dorney.
Sorry, 2 seconds. So, yes, promoting the extremely long walk for climate action. We heard Shannon, a resident
Sorry.
of... sorry, do I have a seconder? Oh,
Yeah,
sorry, my
okay,
notice.
Councillor Martin, go for your life, Jess.
Okay, sorry. Right, yes, we had Shannon speak earlier tonight asking a question around council's commitment to supporting the my extremely long walk for climate action. And I've put this notice of motion forward because Shannon is proposing to walk from Coburg to Canberra. He is taking the matter of needing to move away from fossil fuels in order to avoid dangerous climate change and decarbonise our economy and demand greater action from government leaders, industry and community into his own hands, actually into his own feet, really, by walking, I'm not sure how many kilometres, but it's a hell of a lot. And I don't know anyone that, I just can't believe you're doing it. I'm totally inspired. And when I heard that Shannon was doing this, I wanted to know how, as a council that's declared a climate emergency, and something like this, how closely it aligns to our policy, how we could offer our support in any way. The community engagement team have been working with Shannon and kind of trying to see how we can offer any support. This notice of motion's more around just promotion, and particularly promotion on the library notice boards. It's at the moment our policy, we aren't able to promote anything of moral or sensitive, ethical. No, can you just confirm? Fundraising. So the library staff just weren't too sure in following policy. So just bringing it to the vote of council just to move forward on promotion avenues. So the motion is that we write to local community organisations and media outlets seeking that they cross-promote the event through their marketing and communication channels, as well as through our own various channels such as the library notice board, social media, and also the community events page on council. So I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Dorney. Councillor Martin, would you like to speak as the seconder?
The only thing I want to add is that this council has acknowledged a climate emergency, and we have a member of our community who is assisting in raising that profile. And I fully support any resident in this city that wants to promote to our leaders and advocate to our leaders at other levels that just don't get it. And I think it's a really amazing feat to be even considering it. And if we can help in any way, I'm really supportive of it.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against this motion? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour?
I want to.
Against? Declare that carried. No one spoke against, so.
We're moving through the heritage.
Thank you. The next one that I've been asked to bring forward is the waiver of fees for the.
Sorry, Councillor, Chair, we've got 3 residents here that asked a question on the heritage.
Yeah. Okay.
The heritage
Sure.
report.
Thank you, Councillor Farnley. So we'll go back to the items as they read in the agenda. Thank you, Councillor. DCF 1319, Amendment C174, Moreland Heritage Gap Study Decision Gateway 2, consideration of submissions and request for a panel council action plan, item D19 3550. Can I have a move for this?
I'll move the officer's recommendation for an additional dot point 8. And that's to write to the landowner and permit applicant for the development of 2 Elm Grove, Brunswick East, inquiring as to the opportunity to explore a redesign of the planning permit application to enable the retention of the substation of Elm Grove, Brunswick East.
Councillor Kavanagh seconding. Councillor Tapanos?
Thank you. This is a substantial report and a well-written one with obviously the citation reports, statement of significance reports on each individual site and photos. So it gives both councillors and the community a good understanding of what is being proposed and the historical value of each of the listings that are being proposed. So I encourage residents and councillors to continue to engage in the process, because it is only the beginning as far as this needs to go to a panel, and subsequently it will come back for a future decision of the council as well. Applying heritage overlays is an important planning tool. It says that we value, for a whole range of different reasons sometimes, whether it's usage, whether it's history, whether it's aesthetics, or whether it's the social or economical or political history of our municipality. There are properties there that are listed for a range of different reasons. So it is important that we are undertaking a regular review of heritage overlays and protecting our city, our built form, because it is changing rapidly, and we are one of the councils that gets so many planning applications per year. It is important that we undertake strategic work like this to determine exactly what it is in our city that warrants heritage protection. And I'm actually shocked and surprised by reading the citations and the reports that a lot of these properties were not picked up in previous studies. When you actually have a look at some of the properties that have been proposed, you clearly look at buildings that were built in the 1890s, both in 1910s, later interwar period, and some even post Second World War. But you really wonder why weren't these properties picked up earlier? So it is a strategy that does exactly what its name suggests, looks at the gaps, and I think that it's made a big contribution towards picking up properties that have missed out in previous studies. But I would also say that it won't be the end. There would be future studies as well, and we need to constantly review and add more properties to the list. So for the lot that's being proposed now, and there are a substantial number, please continue to engage in the process with the panel and council, and hopefully we'll get a good outcome in the end.
Thank you, Councillor Tapanos. Councillor Kavanagh, would you like to speak as a seconder? Anyone like to speak against Councillor Tapanos's amended motion? No. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. and would like that recorded as unanimous, please. Thank you. So I know this is frustrating and I'm jumping around a little bit, but there are still people waiting in the chamber, so I will go back to the waiver of Councillor Bolton's motion, which is the waiver of the higher hall fees. Thank you. Thank you for open table.
Yes, so this is a motion to waive hall hire fees for open tables, free community lunches in recognition of the importance of the free community lunches to the most vulnerable members of Moreland's community.
Thank you, Sue. The seconder, Councillor Kavanagh.
I think this is really important. Open Table for a number of years now has been providing free meals in the northern part of Moreland, predominantly in Fawkner, but has moved to Glenroy due to lack of access to venues in Fawkner. And they've been doing this for a few years, and they do it almost entirely with just volunteers, so no paid staff or very little in the way of paid staff. They've applied for the waiver of hall hire fees because nowadays Moreland actually charges quite high commercial rates for hiring of halls. And if they're forced to pay commercial rates, it will chew up most of their $10,000 grant. And actually, in reality, $10,000 is not that much for a program like this over 12 months. So this would eat, paying commercial rates would substantially eat into the, how much they can provide for the community. And I just think there is increasing need with more and more, not just people on being stripped of welfare benefits, but also people on really low wages or working in part-time jobs when they really need full-time jobs, and so they just can't afford food. And there are more and more full-time workers now accessing, trying to access emergency relief because even full-time wages in this country for the lowest paid workers are not sufficient to get by.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Councillor Kavanagh is the seconder. Is there anyone that would like to speak against this notice of motion?
Well, I want to speak. I'm happy to speak
Councillor
against.
Riley?
I'm happy to speak against, but I'm actually very in favour of Open Table's work. I just wanted to mention and clarify that we've actually invested around about $54,000 in this organisation over the last 5 years, so which I think is, the right thing for us to do. But I just want to put a line under this because we've actually just adopted a community venues and Councillor Bolton's policy, and I just want us to flag that whilst I think we should be doing this kind of work, and I'm happy in this instance to actually support this motion, officers are advising not to do it. And I just think I want to say, as of from now on, you're getting $10,000 from us every year. Plan ahead and work out what you're doing, and because I'm probably not going to keep supporting this kind of thing in the future. This is a bit cost shifting. This is stuff that state governments and federal governments should be doing. And to continue to think that local governments should just do this because they're not doing their job isn't good enough. And I just want to underline that as well. So I just want to flag that. I think the work you're doing is great. I want to support this tonight, but I just wanted to alert you to the future. I think we need to get this sorted out so we're not always giving out extra money when we're actually supporting you quite well now, and I really want to encourage you to keep doing that work. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
Can that be recorded as unanimous?
Yep. Declare that carried as unanimous, please. So now,
Chair, can I move
Yes.
4 items on block, if I may?
Yep. What would you like to move on block?
The items I'd like to move on block are the annual winter sports facilities ground tenancy. So if any council has any particular need to talk to them, I'll pull it out.
DCD 619.
Yep.
DCD 619, the annual winter sports. The DEP 1/19, which is the expression of interest for the transformation of 420 Victoria Street. DBT 4/19, which is the council action plan 2018-19 performance report, second quarter. And EMF 8/19 financial management report for the period ended 31st of January. If there's no objections, if there's a second, I'm happy to speak to them briefly.
I'm going to second
Councillor
to another
Kavanagh?
block.
Just very briefly, I do apologise and acknowledge a lot of work has gone into preparing these reports, but we have to conclude this meeting before 11. So in the interest of time, I'm trying to save some time. The annual winter sports allocation relates to the winter sports grounds and how the sports clubs will be utilising those grounds for the winter period. The expression of interest with the transformation for 420 Victoria Street is a really important report. It talks about how we can utilise that site moving forward, attracting potential investment to upgrade and looking at entrepreneurs coming into the site. And then the council action plan and the financial management report are cyclical reports that provide an update as to how the council is performing.
Councillor Kavanagh?
No, I'm right, thanks.
Any councillors like to speak against this? Put that to the vote. All those in favour? I declare that carried. Okay, I'll now move back to DCD 319. The Moreland Gender Equality Commitment Adoption, and I've got Councillor Davidson's hand is in the air. I'm happy to second that.
Thank you.
Councillor Davidson?
I'd like to move the officer's recommendations in relation to this report and thank the community involvement for their participation in drafting this document and bringing it to us today. And the release on International Women's Day, it was quite successful. We were able to outline some of the details of it at the event.
Fantastic. I reserve the right to speak in the name of time. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against this motion? Yes, can you tell us what that is?
Is sent around earlier, which might be acceptable to the movers. There is a commitment to, which I just wanted to amend. Commitment to is headed all genders can access public space, sports and recreation and feel safe. I just want to amend the second last dot space around, second last dot point around accessing community space by including the words at the end, including by advocating for more frequent nighttime public transport.
Yep. Are you happy with that amendment?
Yes. Yes.
Excellent. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against this motion? No? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? So I just want to clarify that you've got... Oh, sorry, declare that carried. Sorry. Now...
Sorry, the second was no. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so Helen put the motion. I seconded it. Councillor Bolton put her amendment and it was successful. Sorry, I'm really distracted because I forgot to ask for an extension of time. Councillor Kavanagh and Councillor Martin, all those in favour of extending the council meeting by half an hour? Against?
Mayor, can I request that my
Declare that
notice of
carried.
motion comes forward only because it is time important. If it wasn't done this month, it would be a problem.
Certainly.
So that's the notice of motion 1819, waiver of fees for Ability Fest 2019.
Thank you.
If I have a seconder,
I'm happy to second that.
Yeah, I'll move. Sorry.
Feel free to speak to your motion, Councillor.
Okay, we've got a seconder. Look, just to say that, yes, it is a waiver of fees, but this event last year, which came on us late last year with very little notice, was an incredible attraction at Moreland. Over 5,000 attendees, many of whom it's the first time they'd ever been to a concert because the event was entirely accessible and accessible toilets, accessible everything. I spoke to at least 10 or 15 young people who had never been to a concert before because they weren't able to get there. So it's an incredible event by Dylan Olcott and his foundation, and the event is entirely for charity. Last year they raised just over $200,000 to assist young people who are striving towards achieving their dreams, who have a disability. And so it's a great event. I've seen the social media for it this year. I think it's going to be a bigger and even better event, which is pretty hard because it was so incredible last year. And so I'm just asking for council support in waivering our normal costs of temporary road permit fee, public entertainment occupancy, safety audit and permit fee for this event.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh, and I'll reserve the right to speak. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against this motion? Councillor Riley?
I just want to sort of reiterate a similar comment, which is just to invite these. I really want to support this and I'm going to vote for it, but I really want these people to get involved in our grants system and processes because they're there for this reason. And I understand the timelines Councillor Kavanagh's just mentioned. So in that respect, I'd just like to do that. And just while I'm doing that, there are very quick grants we do up to $1,000. If you want to do that, get in touch with some of our officers or one of our councillors because you can access $1,000 for a good cause without having to come to council.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
As unanimous.
And could that be recorded as unanimous, please? I now move to DCD 419, Library Services Strategy 2019, Council Action Plan Item D19 54909. Councillor Martin. I'm happy to second that. Councillor Aboud for second. Councillor Martin.
So I'd just like to really quickly state thank you to all those that participated in the consultation. Thank you to the staff that have worked on this strategy. I know how much work has gone into it. I did forewarn councillors the other night that I was going to read a quote that is in this report, and that is, libraries are vital. Their worth cannot be measured in books alone. And I really love that quote. I really think that it speaks to the work that happens in our libraries. We have a fantastic STEAM program, which is science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics, for children. And I think it's one of those things, if you haven't been to a library lately, make sure you get down there and check it out because it's not just books anymore. There is a huge range of services that we offer all ages in our community, and I strongly support this strategy and the work that's going on in the libraries.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Are there any councillors who would like to speak against this motion? Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Glad you're happy there, Mr. Dolby. I did? Yep, thank you. I'd like to propose that we put a few more items on block. DCD 519. Okay, sorry, my mistake. So I now move to DCD 519. Kids on the Avenue, Kota, and the Avenue Maternal and Child Health Centre, lease of premises, council action plan item. Councillor Kavanagh?
Happy to move the officer recommendation.
Yeah, and Councillor Riley is the seconder. Councillor Kavanagh, would you like to speak to it?
No, thank you.
Councillor Riley, would you like to speak to it? Any councillors like to speak against this motion? Not following? Kids on the Avenue, DCD 519, Kids on the Avenue.
Lease of premises.
Lease of premises, council.
It's just that one, we're not putting the others on block?
No.
No, okay, great.
So I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Okay, DCF 1419, properties without specific height guidance, proposed planning scheme amendment. Do I have a councillor that would like to put that item? Councillor Yildiz and Councillor Bolton seconding. Councillor Yildiz, would you like to speak to it? No? Councillor Bolton?
I feel as if something should be said about it. This came originally from a notice of motion by another councillor because there were some properties, some areas outside the activity zones where there was no guidance about height. I seem to remember it being sparked by a building at Ceres or one that was overshadowing Triple R or something. Yeah, so I think this is actually quite an important planning amendment to really try and provide some guidance to those areas which have been left out and were subject to developers putting in over-the-top applications for, very tall buildings.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton. Are there any councillors that would like to speak against this motion? No? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. DCF 1519, proposed plastic wise, council action plan, D 1959774. 774, yeah. Dale, Councillor Martin's on his feet.
Yep, so I'm happy to move the officer recommendation plus the pre-circulated amendments all as part of the substantive. And I'm happy if councillors have particular items in there, you can argue to have them removed. So I would like to move the substantive plus all of the amendments that have been pre-circulated to councillors.
And I'm happy to second that. So do any councillors have any qualms about Councillor Kavanagh?
Yeah, I do. The sport, the first one in particular, I have concerns with.
Yep.
It's going to make a significant change for sporting clubs and make it very difficult for them to interact. That was the one that was of most concern to me.
Yes. So just through the mayor, I just want to be really clear, using each row, if you can just clarify what is being moved with the substantive motion and what is not being included, so that allows our boss to do it.
all of the items apart from item 1,
Yep.
which is the officer wording that it's been provided in the third column.
Yep.
So we'll be not moving that, but everything else will be moving.
The other one, the other one I am concerned about is 4, and particularly when you read the officer comments on point 4.
Okay. Yep. Okay, so just want to make sure we're able to catch up. So that then means everything in the substantive motion is all rows except for 1 and 4. So we might have
And 5.
Okay. And 5.
And 6.
To another report. Sure, actually, you're right, actually.
Okay.
So
Probably better to do them one by one now.
I have a proposal that potentially what might be a better way forward is to actually release this for some consultation between this being adopted. So it might be an option to release these, some of the wording in here as part of a consultation process to the wider community, because it seems like there's a few councillors that are unhappy.
So seek to defer.
So yeah, we'll seek to defer at the moment. We'll have a discussion about it further, because it seems like there's a little bit of anxiety in the room, and so there's probably a need for broader community consultation on this strategy.
I'll put the proposal to defer this particular item to the vote. All those in favour of deferring DCF 1519?
Deferring it to when?
It's council.
For a month?
Oh, okay.
Against? So I declare that carried. So we're...
May I clarify one thing? Yep. So just through the mayor, I just want to clarify, so the purposes of the deferral are to publicise or provide a forum for some further feedback on these points?
Yep.
Yeah, and that publicising is broadly to the community or to councillors?
So potentially it may come back, and then we might move a motion to release it for public consultation.
Okay, so this would be then to defer in order to circulate and provide more time to councillors?
Yes, this is
Great.
correct.
Okay, thank you. I just needed to clarify. Okay.
DCF 1619, rezoning of land subdivided from the Brunswick Terminal Station to acknowledge transfer to council ownership amendment, D19510. Councillor O'Farnley. Do I have a seconder?
Yes.
Councillor Kavanagh? Oh, sorry. Would you like to speak?
No.
No? Anyone like to speak against? All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. EMF 619, discontinuance and sale of right-of-way adjoining 8 Newman Street, Brunswick. Councillor O'Farnley, seconder. Councillor Riley, would you like to speak to it, Councillor O'Farnley?
No.
Councillor Riley? Any councillors like to speak against this motion? Okay, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried.
I'm an abstention.
Okay, yep. Okay. Yeah, sorry. So this is EMF 619. Councillor Farnley moved it. Councillor Riley seconded it. Councillor Bolton abstained from voting, and the motion was carried. Okie doke. EMF 719. Proposed right-of-way discontinuance and sale adjoining 3 at 51, 53 and 55 Brunswick Road, Brunswick East. Councillor, now there's an alternative recommendation that's been circulated.
I'll happily do that. Yeah.
Okay, so Councillor Riley and a seconder.
I'm going to see it.
I don't think I saw the
Come out.
alternative.
I'll read it, which is that council one. So we're just substituting the first and second clauses to updating them and acknowledging these. So I'll just read it out for the sake of clarity. Notes further information provided by officers that the former Brunswick Council discontinued the road and resolved to transfer the land to the abutting owners in August 1986. The road discontinuance was publicised in the Victorian Government Gazette on the 27th of August 1986. However, the transfers were never completed and the land remains vested in council. 2, determines to sell the enclosed 129.14 square metre section of former road, bracket shown in blue on the attachment 1 to this report, close bracket, contained in the volume 961 folio 133, currently occupied by the property boundaries of 3/51, 53 and 55 Brunswick Road, Brunswick East, to the abutting owners, and then the rest of the motion as published for items 3, 4, 5 and 6, and we also need to appoint councillors to item 4.
Okay, so would you like to nominate? I have a seconder in Councillor Farnley, but
Yes.
we need to nominate.
And can I nominate the South?
sorry, hang on.
We don't need to do that?
To nominate anyone.
No, we don't.
Because
Okay.
that process was.
Oh, so it's just going to, sorry, we're just doing these two motions now. Sorry, I'll retract that. So we're only going to go with these two. We're scrubbing the other 4. I beg your pardon. I thought I had clarity on that, but I didn't.
Okay, Councillor Riley, would you like to speak to this report?
I think I just have.
Councillor Farnley?
No.
Okay, anyone like to speak against this report? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. The governance report, DBT 519. Governance report March 2019. This is a cyclical report.
I'd like
Councillor Martin.
I'd like to just propose a deferral for item 4 of that, which I'm happy to explain to councillors.
Yeah, and I'm happy to second this.
Why?
Can I just have a question on the deferral?
Yep.
I know that there's always a early booking. You know, when you book early, you get a cheaper rate.
The places are booked. It's just we have to put names next to them.
Okay, so and it's 3 places that are booked, or?
Yeah, I believe so.
I've got an amendment to reduce it to
I'm
2.
okay with that then.
Yeah. So if I'm allowed to explain why I'm deferring, I'm happy to explain that to councillors. Essentially, what I would like, given that we've declared a climate emergency here in Moreland, air travel emissions are a significant contributor to that. I would like to seek further information from officers to investigate alternative transport options for councillors to attend that event.
We can walk, Shannon.
Okay, so I've seconded it. I don't. Would you like to speak to the motion?
No, I'm happy to leave the rest.
Do we need to vote on point 4 separately? Yep.
So just excuse me, I just want to help us work out how we do this.
Thank you.
So basically, Councillor Martin as the mover is moving it without any point 4, because you're saying defer that, you don't want that on the table. So effectively, you're moving the officer's recommendation, everything except for point 4, which we would take out, and that's then what's on the table for tonight. And effectively, we're deferring that. So,
Do we need to vote on deferring first, though?
well, I don't think you do, because ultimately, if you treat it this way and the councillor is moving it with the exception of point 4, you've effectively deferred it by eliminating it from the motion.
Or another councillor can pick
How
it
do you
up.
know? How are we giving direction that's going to come back?
Well, you would be.
That's part of the motion.
Two motions.
So are you Sorry, I just want to check with our governance
sure, it's
people.
all right. Take your time.
So we don't really need a resolution to bring it back next month. We just can do it.
You just do it.
We'll just do it. So this will just make it easier and quicker. Yep.
And the reason for deferral is only because the mode of transport?
That's correct. Because it will, I believe it will probably change.
To make it easy, can we vote on deferral first?
Need a whole month to work out book rail tickets.
Well, I mean,
Yeah. And we're going to be selling a special.
So I don't have to defer.
Why can't we just walk with Shannon?
All right, hang on. Just a minute, please.
Who wants to go?
Yeah. So the substantive issue is whether that point is included. Whether you use a deferral or whether you simply move it without that point, I don't think it matters either way. Ultimately, you have the mover who is proposing this item without point 4. So it's proposed without point 4. You're not voting on a deferral. We're just going to come back to you next month. Okay, we'll do it in a simple way. If anybody wants to put point 4 back in, then you seek an amendment to what the mover has put on the table. And if the mover doesn't want to include it, then you have a debate over the inclusion of that
Can
point.
I just recommend that we just separate them and vote on them like 2 motions?
Okay, so what's happening is because Councillor Martin has put this particular item without the point 4, we have to make an amendment to his motion, which is to put the point 4 back in again. So what we'll do is, does someone want to propose that the point 4 goes back in, and does that person have a seconder? Councillor O'Farnley is proposing that point 4 goes back in, and Councillor Tapanos is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, just checking. And Councillor Tapanos is seconding that proposal. So what we need to do first is we need to debate and vote on whether we are putting the point 4 back in. So Councillor O'Farnley, would you like to speak to that first, that amendment?
Acceptable to the meeting?
No.
I appreciate Councillor Martin's intention here. However, attending a conference in Canberra other than airfare would really restrict some councillors who work full-time from actually attending this, because personally I can't take time off. I've got minimum time that I can take off, and I really can't afford to take more time off in order to take a different mode of transport. So this is something I'd like to attend. I was going to put my name forward, but with this change I won't have that opportunity.
Yep. Can I just ask a question about when the travel occurs? Sunday, isn't it?
Yeah, travel occurs on the Sunday and also on the Wednesday.
Okay, yep.
But just correcting, on the Sunday evening, there's often a function that all councillors are welcome to. Sunday's normally the opening. Sunday night, about 6 p.m.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor.
Can I clarify, Ollie? Were you saying that is there something about not flying there?
Yeah.
That's what your alternative is?
Yes.
Good, I just wanted to clarify that was that correct?
Okay, hang on a sec.
Put an amendment.
It's not being proposed. So the method of travel is not being proposed by eliminating point 4. Eliminating point 4 is simply eliminating point 4, and you will reconsider it next month. That is not a decision to determine travel. I just want to make sure that's really clear.
Then why take it out?
So I've got an amendment to Ali's amendment.
Hang on a sec.
One amendment at a time.
Councillor Tapanos, you're the seconder to Ali
Yes.
O'Farnley's amendment to put this item back in.
Well, I don't think we've moved or seconded anything because there's still gaps there. We need to put names. But I do, speaking in favour of debating it tonight and sorting it out tonight, it is prudent for us to do that because the cost increases. Now, come on, it's not very hard to just work out who wants to go, and the method of transport, whether you want to walk, cycle, take public transport or fly, should be entirely dependent on the councillor attending. So we don't all need to go the same way. We could go with different modes of transport. So I don't think we should delay it and end up paying thousands of dollars more in registration costs in a month's time to work that out. Let's do a quick straw poll of who wants to go, add in the names and put this up.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask
Hang on a sec. Councillors who are in support of, against Councillor O'Farnley's motion to put this back in? That would be you,
I've
wouldn't
got
it?
an amendment to that.
Let's go back in first.
One amendment at a time.
Yeah.
You can amend an amendment.
Hasn't been accepted. Back in.
All we're doing is working out whether we're going to put it back in.
It's not back in yet.
I mean, procedurally, this is a complete mess. So I'm happy for it to go back in and we establish the names right now, and then we work out transport at a later date. I think that's if that's what we have to do, then that's what we do.
Okay, so there's a level of complication here because we have 4 names for 3 positions as that stands now, and we haven't resolved which 3 of the 4 people who are interested might go. So what I would suggest now is a good idea is, considering that is staying in there, that we resolve to draw the names of the 3 extra councillors.
I've got an amendment to that.
No, I'm proposing that the 4 councillors who want to go. Why is it limited to 3?
Because it always has been.
Particularly-
The last 3 years.
Okay,
I'm
so
proposing it be reduced to 2. Can't I put my amendment?
Anyone can go.
yeah, okay.
So councillors, can I just help you out here? All right, so
It's a junket.
I just want
This
to
is why people should go to break.
Okay, so point 4 now has been put back into the substantive motion. What is left now for the mover to do is to put the names in, and we put spaces in for 3. It is your choice whether you put 4. It will be then the person who moves the motion to put that on the table, and if there is a proposal to reduce that number, then you put it as an amendment or a proposed amendment, okay?
So
Right, put the bid on.
I'm happy to put the 4 councillors' names, and then we can have a discussion with the councillors if we want to reduce that amongst the 4 councillors that are putting their names down. If we want to reduce that number, we can.
Okay, so
So myself, Councillor Martin, Councillor Farnley, Councillor Abood, and Councillor Dorney.
Didn't save money on airfares anyway.
Councillor Bolton, would you like to put your amendment?
I'd like to move a motion that, I'd like to amend this, that only 2 councillors attend. I don't really care who, but I think when you start to send 4 councillors, it starts to look like a bit of a junket.
Yep.
I think that's how people see it.
Seconder?
Why don't we do that?
Are you seconding it?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
No, but what is
Okay, Councillor
You've
Young.
got only 2 councillors to go. If you want to play it, this should be open to anyone.
Yeah, I know.
It should be open to anybody
Okay,
to go.
okay,
The
everyone
fact that
just,
we've
hang on,
chosen-
hang on,
we have
hang
some
on,
order.
hang on. Okay. What's happening now is Councillor Bolton has proposed an amendment that only 2 councillors go. Is that acceptable to the mover? No, and it's not acceptable, hang on a sec, and it's not acceptable to me as the seconder. So Councillor Bolton needs a seconder to her amendment, and Councillor Yildiz has agreed to second the amendment. So now what we need to do is debate the amendment.
Point of order. I don't think that is a valid amendment. Councillor Bolton needs to amend the text, which is the substantive motion, by removing 2 names.
Okay, already I'll move 2 names.
You can't just say limited to 2.
Okay, alright, I'll move 2 names. So I'll move Councillor Abood and Councillor Martin.
Oh, the mayor. The mayor should be the one.
Well, that's what I said. The mayor is Councillor Abood.
No, you just
So-
removed me.
And
You're saying remove
No, I
councillor.
said I'll move that Councillor Abood and Councillor Martin attend.
Okay, right.
I'll drop the other 2 names off.
Okay, order please. What we're doing now is the amendment has been finessed to say that rather than what it reads with those 4 names, Councillor Bolton is proposing that myself, Councillor Abood as the Mayor, and Councillor Martin attend the National General Assembly. Councillor Yildiz, are you still happy to second that?
I'm just a bit disappointed because of the discussions I've had with you, but that's fine, Natalie. But anyway, that's all good. Discussions I've had with you about 4 months ago, but that's fine.
Hang on a sec, can we just find out if you're happy
Yes,
with
I'm
this
gonna second
amendment?
it. Yeah, I'm going to second it.
Right,
If we're
okay.
restricting who can go,
Councillor
which is
Bolton, would you
ridiculous.
like to speak to the proposed amendment, please?
I don't really want to say that much, but I just think I think these are very expensive conferences. It is important for Moreland to be represented, but I don't think we need to be represented by a cast of thousands. I think, and also in the light of Councillor Martin talking about us needing to reduce our carbon emissions, with our transport to conferences and so forth. I think that should be taken into account. But also, I think when residents see almost half the council trotting off to a conference, I think some residents start to see it a little bit like a junket.
Thank you, Councillor Bolton.
Can I move that the amendment be put, please?
Yes, you can. So all those in favour of Councillor Bolton's amendment?
I've put in the amendment. I'm asking that amendment be put.
The amendment be put. Oh, yes. All those in favour of the amendment being put? Sorry. Okay, I declare that carried. So the amendment will now be put. All those in favour of Councillor Bolton's amendment? Against? Declare that carried.
Would like to, can I ask for a division?
Sorry, lost.
Ask for a division on that, can we? No. Yes, we can. Yeah, we can.
It's an amendment.
Actually, we established earlier, just from governance after the fact, that you can actually get a division on an amendment.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Okay, so we'd like to record a division on Councillor Bolton's lost amendment. All those in favour are Councillor Yildiz and Councillor Bolton. See you all tomorrow. Against?
One more small amendment. That transport be by rail.
Can you say that again, please?
Not meaning this to be a joke, but if we're serious and in the light of Councillor Martin's contribution earlier, I think. Sorry.
I move that we adjourn
serious,
till
I
tomorrow
think.
because we're descending to a rabble.
Sorry, I think transport should be by rail, by train, because that's the most efficient method of transport.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Bolton's amendment?
Not going to have a...
Okay,
Councillor Martin would
declare that lost for want of a seconder.
Can we make sure that on the thing now it goes back to the original motion, which has the 4 names on there, please?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. So the 4 names were Councillor Aboud, Councillor Martin, Councillor Dorney and Councillor O'Farnley.
I move that the substantive motion be...
Against? Declare that carried.
Mayor, could I please bring forward notice of motion 7/19, Reserve Master Plan Construction Progress Transparency?
Yes, you may, because we still have 5 minutes.
I'd like to put that notice of motion forward. It's regarding creating transparency on the progress of the rollout of our master plans. If there's a second, I'm happy to speak to it.
Yeah, I'll second it.
This notice of motion was born out of the fact that any sport club or community member wants to go online and check the progress of the rollout of a master plan, can't get the up-to-date details as to how that progress is going online easily, transparently. So this is seeking a report to come back to council as to how we can actually provide that information to residents. So when we say that there's a 10-year strategy for a particular reserve, it's really clear as to how much of that strategy has been rolled out and what's actually remaining.
Thank you, Councillor O'Farnley. As the seconder, I just want to commend the intention of this particular motion. But I do want to flag that I am concerned that when this comes back as a report in terms of the implementation, that it's reorganised. So I hope that when it comes back, it's adopted as it's proposed, and especially considering what we've heard about bringing things forward and putting them back and that sort of thing. So I'm very excited about the progress and the plan for some of these things, and look forward to seeing what's in them. Are there any councillors who would like to speak against Councillor O'Farnley's notice of motion? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. I believe I now have to ask for an amendment a motion for an adjournment, because we're back here tomorrow.
Can I just check on that?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that if we can finish the meeting within a few minutes, it can go on?
Within 10 minutes. Yeah.
10 minutes? Well, we've got one item and then we've got a couple of
Confidentials.
confidential. I think we go on for 10 minutes.
Confidentials, I don't think we can do that in 10 minutes.
What's that?
Confidentials.
You'll
There'd
have to
be-
call it now
no,
as
two.
to whether you think you can finish it.
Already, we've had.
Can we finish the one item and just do confidential tomorrow?
Oh, no, actually it is for.
Madam Chair.
Okay, so I think that we should press on, try for it, and then we can defer, adjourn if we can't do it. Okay, so,
Councillor Martin.
so another notice of motion, 619, litter and marine pollution mitigation.
Yep, so it's as listed in there. I'm happy to talk to it if I have a seconder.
I'm happy to second.
Fantastic. So this piece of work, it's seeking to embed within an existing piece of work. It's basically flagging that many municipalities across Australia and around the world currently have little stencils or labels that they put on drains, just alerting residents and traders that the drains are to certain waterways. This is just making sure that that gets picked up within an existing piece of work, so it's not calling for an additional report. And it's also sending a letter to a bunch of motor vehicle related industries along our activity centres, just to inform them that they shouldn't be washing their cars and letting it go down the drain, as well as tipping any contaminants into the stormwater, and that they should have appropriate planning permit regulations and trade waste agreements.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Are there any speakers who would like to speak against this notice of motion? Put that to the vote. All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. So I now need, excuse me. I now need to move to notices of rescission. Councillors, as we have none, I'll now move on to foreshadowed items. Councillors, do you have any items you would like to foreshadow that may be the subject of a notice of motion for the next council meeting? No. That concludes the foreshadowed items. I'd like to move to confidential business. I'd now like to move to the
Urgent business?
Yeah, actually, yeah, this is a bit confusing here. Urgent business, councillors, does anyone have any urgent business? No, now I'll move to confidential business. So I need a motion, please, to close the council meeting to the public in accordance. Councillor Riley and Councillor Martin. All those in favour? I now declare the meeting closed at 11:02 to the public.